right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? This is Steve Nyanumba back again with Nyanumba Codes. Today, we are doing something epic. This is our part 2 of our portfolio makeup. This is what we intended to get down to in terms of like the back end of things. When it comes to building up a portfolio, building up a personal portfolio and managing all your projects and your products and everything that you do. So we're also going to take a look at how to go about invoicing, doing pro formas, doing receipts and all those different kinds of things, issuing project credentials and all that kind of stuff. We're going to go over it over a long period of time. This is part 2 of the part 1 that we had already done, which was a very successful stream. I don't expect that many people will be over here viewing, but in any case that there's anybody here viewing live, welcome to the stream. For those who won't manage to come here live and have some questions based on whatever it is that we're doing, please don't hesitate. Comment everything that you need to ask on the chat section down below, and I will definitely get right to it, to doing a separate video for that. Now, as we progress on further when we're doing this portfolio, we haven't really come across any challenges whatsoever, and I just would like to show you the kind of progress that we've aimed at. So in essence, we didn't develop everything from scratch. We've generally just taken a theme and dropped it down onto the system, but we want to make it more dynamic rather than having to edit everything through the code. So this is generally what this project looks like, and I would like to try to what am I going to say? To switch off my camera, right? Yeah, just what I needed to say. And then I am going to come in here and full screen this so that you can be able to see this from the very beginning, from the loading screen and everything. So now this is the full on project that we've begun. And we just, like I said, we just took a theme and dropped it on, slapped it on, although the image that you see in the background is indeed an edited personal image of mine. And as we scroll down, you can see the parallax takes in to effect. We can see a photo of myself and the About Me section over here. Then, of course, we have the placeholders over here. Of course, I did a bit of like setting it up in such a manner that all these different services have a placeholder image, and each and every single one of these has something to go by. So I had this placeholder image just as a standby so that everything that I put over here will be able to reflect the numbering over here, and as well as the corresponding image, and it works perfectly. This is a repeat of that what do I do section, what I do section. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this in the code, and then we go to our testimonial section, of which the testimonials is properly dynamic right now. And I think I will go ahead and show you how it is on the back side. Then we have this part over here, which we're contemplating to delete as well, which is the levels of what it is that we've done. Then we have my work section, which is generally the portfolio section, which is supposed to be dynamic as well. And then we have the resume section, which is also going to be dynamic. So the more I add on to experiences and accolades, the more I go ahead into the backend and add that into the resume, as well as the education section. And then we come here into the recent blog section, where we have our different blogs. Although these different blogs, they do not function just yet. So we are going to be definitely working on the blog section of things in this stream as well. So the aim or the projected expectation for this project to end is by dawn, which is 6:30 a.m. And we are hoping that everything goes smoothly. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us indeed begin the project as we go. So just going back to my VS Code, we have this services section over here. which is indeed, it's just perfect at the moment. Now, if I talked about how we were going to get rid of that part over here where we have this what I do section repeated, and I just want to go ahead and remove that so that we are fine and dandy from that point on. So it is indeed in the home section, I believe. So just trying to remember how I structured out my code over here, but everything is all good, I think. So you can see my services section is here, and then my services section again. So I'm just going to remove one of them, and then we are good to go. And I think from that point onwards, I think everything is just perfect now. Should be. So you can see what I do is only like that particular section. And now on the services section, I am going to have to edit some of these images so that it represents each and every single one of these services dynamically. So in essence, I would want to put these inside a config file, and this config file is going to be what? I'll just come in here to the config file, and then I'm going to come in here and call it my services.php. So yeah, I'll just put it in the config file. And then inside this config file, so what happens in this situation is, of course, I'm going to have to declare PHP, and from that point onwards, I'm just going to do a return, and this is how I'm going to do the return. So inside my services section, I have to grab each and every single one of these, right? And so each and every single one of those, and then I come into my services section, paste that there, and I am just going to come in here and delete all of these. So these parts till here, I'm sure they are all similar to some degree. So I'm just going to come in here, delete this first one, delete this next one. And then from here, I'm sure from here onwards, they're almost as similar. So I'm just going to come in here and just do like that. Then select all of them, hit the shift button and hit end, then delete, then come in here, shift and delete. All right, then I come in here, take the H3s out and replace them with the opening brackets, opening tags. Then replace these as well up until the end, and then close the tags. And then after closing the tags, I'm just going to put a comma and everything will be okay. So if I come in here and just reformat everything, maybe just get rid of the white spaces that are there, which is fine. That's just fine. That's fine. We're just going to walk through all of these while commenting about it, so I'm not just going to code silently. Hopefully everything will be fine and dandy from that point onwards. As you can see, this is what we're returning. So it's just more or less like these permissions, right? We're just returning permissions. So my services will be pretty much the exact same. And now what I want to do with these my services here is I want to do this, right? I want to put these all in an array. So I'll just come in here, hold shift, click on end, and it's failed actually. Just I'll do Control Alt just to select like that, shift end, right? And then I'll come in here and put the brackets. Yeah, and then at the very end of these brackets, of each of them, I'll put a comma. Inside these, I'll just put, first of all, there's a title and an image. So that's exactly what I want to do. So I want to put here a title. I want to index it with a title. And then I'll do that for each and every one of these other ones. Like that. And then I'll need an image at the very end. So just come and select all of these again. Go to the end. And then I'll just go to image. Or rather, I'll just type in image. And then and that's how we start, really. So I'm just going to come in here, and now at the end of all these image tags, just hit enter, save, and that's how we reformat everything the way you intended for it to be. Now in the services section here, we had these images over here, right? The front assets, images, services, 1.jpg, right? So I'm just going to come in here, do this, right? And I'm just going to come in here and do this for all of them. So I'm just going to use 1.jpg for all of them. And then inside my services section, I'm just going to come in here and like do a situation where we are looping through every one of them. So every one of these services. So given that I have right, I have all of these different items, I'll just have to test it out first. So I'm just going to come in here, drag maybe the first item over here. All right, and then I'll put it in a for each loop. And then I'll come in here and say for each config, and then I'll come in here and say my services as service. I paste that there. And I think it's gonna be fine at this point. So I'll just come in here and delete all of this up until here. Then I first of all test that. I'm going to test that actually. So I'm also going to come in here, delete all of these images, and then I'll come into the for each loop over here. I'll come and do a for each loop over here as well. Then I'll just do config, call my services as service. One thing I haven't done is copy that section like that. Actually, I'll copy one of these like so. Then we go back to the reverse and paste it here. And what that does is now we have another one which we could actually copy, which is like this. So I'm just going to comment this out for now. And then we see what happens. So that works. So if I come in here and reset this, we have a repeat of all these different factors, full stack web development for all of those. So now how do we make it as dynamic as possible to make sure that this item is indeed the active one, so that we can, first of all, I have to declare there's a key over here. So in that, when we come in here and use the key, we're just going to come in here, just key, right there. Then we'll come in here and do the key +1. Okay, we'll do the key +1 over here, and then we'll do also the key +1 here. And then over here, if the key is, well, if it's +1, of course. So if I'm going to come in here, what I'm going to come in here and do is put an if. So at if, and then I'll do that, and then over here I'll end the if, And then inside here, if the key is 0, make it active. Then we'll come in here, we'll just take the service, and then we'll take the title. So this is what happens in that situation. There's a high likelihood that it will bring an error, given that we have declared it in an array instead of an object. But all in all, since we've declared it in an array, what we can just do here is we'll come and call it like this. And that works. So when you go down to the what I do, you'll see that essentially just works. So now once that works, we come in here, we take this ID. You can see ID services. Then what I'm going to do here is I'll declare the key as well over here. And then we'll come in here and say key +1. And then we'll also take this key +1 and use it inside actually inside here where we have this SRC. Okay, normally it's supposed to be covered by this thing called assets. Asset. And then what I'm going to come in here and do is once we've declared that asset like that, we have to come and take service and put in the image. So once that's done, we can see that number 1 is there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. So if we refresh this, ideally, I want this thing to load from the very beginning, right? So if I'm just going to come in here and take this if again, if key is equal to 0, make it active. So I'll come in here and put this class inside here. So class active is dictated by that. So that now, once we load this up, we move like that. Then you can see it starts with 0, 1. If I go here, it goes to number 2, which is not ideal really, because I wanted to show 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3 like that. And the way that this does it is based off of JavaScript. So given that it's based off of JavaScript, over here the data numeral over here should be formatted to having two leading, maybe a leading 0, right? It has to be 2-digit placement. So how do we do that? Well, significant figures PHP. Right, so as you can see, now these ones don't work. There's another function. Leading zeros. I think it's something about split F or something like that. Zeros in PHP. Yeah, sprintf. It's this one. Yeah, so sprintf 08D. This one does it as no, I think it should be 02 in our situation. So I'm just going to come in here and do that sprintf 08D and then close it off with the closing parentheses and see what happens. So coming back to the website, so I'm just going to come in here and refresh. Let's see what happens. So you can see those are many zeros. It should be 02D. I believe that is going to cure our situation. So we start from 01, we go to 02, back to 01, 02, 03. As you can see, it looks good. Yeah, so I guess we're done with that part for this section. All we just need to do is now make it a bit more dynamic in terms of the kind of images that we're going to be putting, and those images will be controlled from this part over here, the My Services section, which is just quite fine. I think I really don't mind anything here. So if I just come in here and do the number 2 and then refresh this, I don't know if there's a number 2 for this, so you can see number 2, number 1, right? So yeah, those are pretty much the images that I've set up within this theme, and it's going to be working as dynamically as possible, but still hard-coded, so it works well. We move on to the testimonial section, which is fine. The My Works and all those different things, I need to populate some of these different things before we start working on those sections, especially when it comes to talking about the Contact Me page, which is just quite fine. So yeah, so this is it. So let's go to the admin dashboard situation. Well, I think we may need to edit this out. We need to change this logo. And I feel like this logo also needs a bit of a redesigning. I've used this logo for well over 5 years now. And I think it needs to be redesigned. And I think I'm going to do that maybe very, very soon, actually. I don't know how I'm going to do it, or like with the structure that I'm going to be following in this situation. But yeah, this logo is going to be redesigned in 2025. It's going to be having a new 2025 design. So stay tuned for that. I'm going to have a full video talking about the progress and the beginnings of this logo. I'm going to have my old logos as well. And yeah, my oldest logos, and also the beginning of the crests, the drawings. I have all those things on file. I think exploring that journey is going to be very nice to begin with on my main personal channel, which of course I flushed out all the content from there. So yeah, how do we begin this? Let's go to checking out the users. Users is probably done at this point because the edit works. I can edit this user. I can create a new user if I want to. I can edit the roles, and permissions are hard-coded, so I can come in here and edit the roles that belong to the admin. Then I can come in here into testimonials. I can create a testimonial. I can edit. Can I edit this testimonial? No, I cannot, but I can create the testimonial. So given that I can't edit the testimonial, it's something that I probably need to work on right now. Then we move on to services, because I can see we have a services table over here, which I don't really think we had any need for at this particular juncture. But since it's there, let's just do it. So what was I going to do? So let's actually go to Livewire admin testimonials, create. I'll copy everything inside this create file. So I'll come in here, use this all, and paste it inside the edit. But in this situation, the only thing that needs to change is, first of all, we just need to import all the stuff that needs to be installed. So with file uploads needs to be there. My roles need to be there. My testimonials updates. So it needs to be updates. And then inside this update function, I need to first of all give my I don't know what create is a new one. This one it's interesting because when we are beginning with the mount function inside our edit, this is what needs to happen. So I need to come in here and do a function called mount, and I don't need to skip mount. And then I come in here and say this testimonial is equal to testimonial find ID. And that's pretty much it. The ID is usually passed through the mount function, and then this comes in like this. So there's a testimonial situation up here. More or less like this, yeah. So if I come in here and then to do the public testimonial, is the thing also is that the image is an image name, it's an image path. The author is also there, the content is also there, the designation is also there. So what I just need to do here is add testimonial into the beginning of each and every one of these things. Testimonial.author, and then all I just need to do here, I get rid of this. I validate the rules, right? Once I validate the rules, of course, the only thing I want to remain here is image, and which is also going to remain here. Okay. And once we do that, we move on forward. We have the image path is equal to this image, store, testimonials, public, like that, right? Yeah. And then I'll just come in here and say this testimonial image is equal to image path, and I save it like that, and then we kick on, I believe. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Now I have to go now to the edit section of things. I go to the create, I copy everything, put it in the edit. Then I now start editing a few things, definitely. Like for example, this one is edit this testimonial. And then I'll come in here inside the wire models, like now in all of these, to the author, designation, and content. I won't do the image one. I'll come in here and do testimonial dot content, and as well as the errors as well, which is very pivotal for logging some of these things if the try catch is not the main receiver of all these errors. Testimonial content, testimonial designation, testimonial author, and I think from this point here we are ready to run the stuff. You can see it is brought in the actual testimonial. So if I come in here and click on save, it just redirects me back now to the main page, which means that this particular editing works. So testimonial, testimonials done. Now we go to portfolios and experiences and education items. But the first thing I want to do before you even move there, I already have services. Before I move on to services, I want to go and do a certain level of accounting. And this accounting is going to be a route here. Actually, all I just need to do here is create some live wire items over here. So I'm going to come in here and say PA make model or make live wire. Now I'll first make the model, make model. Actually, you know what? I think it's best I introduce this as we go on. And at this point, I'm also going to start recording at the same time. Okay, so this is going to be a whole tutorial on how to incorporate invoicing inside a system, inside your own personal system, your personal portfolio system, depending on whatever it is that you're using. This is the way to go. And I have a custom-made HTML template created from a PSD file. So this is initially what I mean by that. So if I go to, let me just go check out my designs and I shall show you what I intend to do. So something like this, for example, ladies and gentlemen, is an invoice that was created. Like, of course, the white background is not there, but maybe if I open it to the different file is when I can show you properly. So maybe like Illustrator, let's say. Let's open this with Illustrator so that we can be able to see what we are talking about in essence. Okay, so I've opened this PNG. This is something I had created actually on Illustrator. And as you can see, this is an invoice kind of template. And I went all in terms of trying as much as I can to be able to create this item on HTML and CSS. And the way I went about it, of course, is through the inspiration of using DOM PDF and being able to craft out something that is similar in size with this one. So this is an invoice that I use for my own personal company, my own personal brand. It's just a PNG, so this is a non-editable. So as you can see, everything over here is indeed, just like a normal invoice. So how did I go about crafting out the, the HTML and CSS? So all I'm just going to do here is actually go on to it to show you what it actually looks like. So I'm going to come in here into Vapor Web Docs, Invoice HTML, and I'm going to open it. So this is essentially now how it looks like after the design from PSD to HTML. So essentially this is what most people will be using PSD to HTML for, and these are the assets that I created. Although these assets, yes, they do definitely work. When you go to the invoice.html inside code, you'll be able to see the CSS that is with it. So I'm just going to come in here and drag and drop these and use them as part of my theme. So I'm just going to come in here and paste them inside my public, I think not my public, and then I'm going to come in here and do inside theme. No, not inside theme, but just inside public, just there. And then we have these assets. These are the assets over here. So this is the logo. This is the M-Pesa logo. This is the PayPal logo. This is my signature. And then we have our invoice.html. HTML, which is right there. So you can see we definitely have a lot of CSS inline so that we can be able to arrange everything in accordance to DOM PDF standards. So in order for us to do a dynamic invoicing system, we need to come in here first of all, and let's try as much as we can to make our models and migrations and everything that we need to make so that we can be able to accommodate this custom invoicing model. All right, so this is what we're going to do. So we're going to come in here and make a model invoice. First of all, because we have our system over here, let's just look at our database table so that we can be able to understand what it is that we're going to try and make over here. We're going to try and make a full-on system for invoicing, and I'm going to create a separate file, a separate folder, showing you how to go about it, and I'll also upload the GitHub onto the video that will come out after the stream. So we come into our models, all right, and we can see that we don't have anything to do with the backend. Most of these things are used to control the front end and access to the back office. So once we talk of, and we talk of the back office as though we are dealing with, just general client user experience, right? But when we come into making the models that we are going to be using as the admins when it comes to client control and client efficiency, then just seen a comment just right now. I'm pretty sure I'm on low latency. So let me see. I've just seen, you're saying video quality is very low. I don't know if we are skipping frames, honestly. I don't think we are. Just hold on so that I can sort out the quality. And I just clicked live. I just clicked stream and we just went on live without actually checking how the stream is performing. So I'm not sure about the kind of situation that we're talking about, but I don't know, maybe it's improved now that I stopped the recording. I don't know. I think it's good at the moment. I don't know. Tell me. Just give me an update. Just give me a feedback. Give me your feedback and see if everything is okay right now. Anyway, so as we proceed on, because now on my side it's clear and everything is all right, I believe. Let me just do some scrolling. Let me try and start the recording again so that I can see if everything is okay. You know, I'd be streaming on CBR, but I'm recording on CQP, and it's going to definitely eat up a lot of that bandwidth. All right. So now that we are on, I think we've sorted out the quality situation. Because I think you've not set it to 1080p 60. Maybe that's the problem. Because I'm streaming at 1080p 60, definitely. Like even now, I'm looking at the stream live, and it's 1080p 60. It's perfect. Maybe, but the default starting point is 480p. So I don't know. All right, let's carry on. So we talked about how we're going to create an invoicing situation, and in such invoicing situations, we want to be able to create these invoices for particular clients, and we need to also work on how we manage our clients. And this is something I'm very privy to. I think I've not done this effectively in most of my previous portfolio websites. And in updating this, I really intend to make this as dynamic as possible. So we're going to start with making the client model. And in the client model, we're just going to save like literally everything there is to do with this particular client. So if I come in here into the database, we'll go to the migrations, create client stable PHP, and we'll start by saving the name of the client, the emails, and we have something else. So there's the name, the email, the phone number. I'll say maybe text, address. Yeah, I'll do address. And then we have, maybe there's something else that I'm missing at this point, but these are the main things that need to be there. Address, I'll just leave it as nullable for now, in a case where we might not get a physical address from clients. And name could be company name, could be client name, the like individual's name or whatever. I think that's enough, maybe. So, or maybe there's something else I'm missing. Maybe country. I'll just do string country. Maybe country. I don't know. But if we look at the invoice template that we're talking about, the one that we've already created, let's see. So you look at the invoice template. You can see there's the post office code, the postal office, and the postal code, and the country and the city. So I think city and country are important. So city and country. And then we have what else? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. City and country, that's all right. Okay, so once we have that set up in that situation, we can proceed on by creating another model, which I'm going to come in here and do make model invoice -m, right? So we'll have this as an invoice like that. And the first thing I will come in here and do is table foreign ID, and I'll come in here and say client ID constrained. We don't need to add anything else there. Ooh, but there's something else that we've not done really. If we talk of there's a client with this, the client has this, then there's the date as well. So the date of the invoice, or maybe the date of the pro forma, something like that. So I'll do the date, and then we'll do a boolean over here. And the boolean is if this is a pro forma. So most people who've gotten into code don't understand the full business terms of what the difference is between an invoice and a pro forma invoice. So the difference between a pro forma invoice and a normal invoice is the invoice is a document that you issue when you are expecting payment to be done, maybe sometime later after you've already delivered the goods. But if you're issuing a pro forma, you're expecting the payment to be done before you deliver the goods. So pro forma invoice versus invoice, right? So the main difference between a pro forma invoice and an invoice is a pro forma invoice is an estimate, while an invoice is a request for payment. The purpose of a pro forma invoice is a proposal or estimate that is used before a transaction takes place. So right before the transaction takes place, you issue this person with a pro forma with that particular estimate. The invoice is a formal request for payment after the transaction is complete. And when we talk about the transaction being complete, we talk about the goods being exchanged. So one good goes from point A to point B, right? So a pro forma invoice is not legally binding, while an invoice is an official document with a legal weight, right? So that is the difference between all of these different things. You know, the pro forma is not legally binding. So if somebody is going to give out a pro forma to court, let's say it's something that's issued in court, and they're trying to use that as proof of delivery of goods, it can't hold weight, right? While the invoice itself, an actual invoice, will definitely hold weight. So yeah, that's the main differences in terms of now the purpose, the legality. We can see the payment over here. A pro forma invoice is an estimate and does not require payment, while an invoice is a request for payment that must be paid upon agreed terms. So the reason why an invoice must be paid is because the goods have already been delivered, or the service has already been delivered. So it is a must. Once it has been received, it needs to be, undergoing the different procedures and different processes that need to happen within an organization. And that is why we have indeed included the situation over here where the Boolean column has to be created. So we set up a Boolean over here, and I'm going to come in here and say default false. And most people don't really take into account the business matters when it comes to creating such systems. They don't take into account the business matters because you find that most people just want to get rid of just get the code done, and that's the shortcomings of actually just learning about development without getting into business itself. So we finished the invoices, and now the reason why I'm saying that we finished the invoices is because there's going to be a pivoting table between the invoices and the services. In that the services, we have the name, the description, and the icon, and then we're going to add things like the price and the quantity inside that pivoting table. So this is how we're going to go about it. So I'm just going to come in here, do PHP artisan make migration, create, so invoices comes first before services. So invoice, service, pivot, table. I'll create invoice service table. That's what I'm going to call it, invoice service table. And yeah, so invoice service table, it's a pivoting table, so which means we're just going to come in here and use two foreign IDs. The foreign IDs are from the service ID constraint. And now when we move into this column over here, we talk of the invoice ID constrained. And then we're going to create a primary key over here. So table primary, and then we come in here and do an array, right? So that we take in both columns, the invoice ID and the service ID. And that being done, we're going to come in here and do a pricing. So I'm just going to come in here and do decimal. The decimal should be 15.2. And the column name is going to be price. And then over here we have decimal. Maybe I'll do quantity. I'll do quantity down here, but now quantity will be, yes, it will also be in decimal, given that the products can also be sold in portions, in quarters, in half, and all those different things. Right, so we have that in place. What is next? Now we start creating the UI, trying to populate the system. So I'm just going to come in here and do PHP artisan migrate, which is fine. And then we move. So we close all those three databases. All right, we're going to come in here and do, since we're doing Livewire, we're just going to come in here and PHP artisan make make Livewire. And then we're going to come in here and say admin stroke invoices stroke index. We're going to do create as well. And we're going to do edit as well. So those three are the pivotal points of what it is that we're going to be creating in this situation. I just want to add these different points into the routes. So I'm just going to come in here, come in and do prefix invoices over here, just like that. And then I'm going to come in here and replace these with invoices. And then I'll replace these as well with invoices. And just like that, we are golden. Now we move to the actual UI point, which is the tables and everything. So when we go to, the first thing is the navigation menu, honestly, because the navigation inside the admin section is actually being controlled by the components over here. So I'll just come in here, go to my navigation, which is at the back, and I'll go to sidebar navigation. And over here, I think before I even go to content management, I'll come in here and create another headline over here. So I'll come and create another headline over here, and I'll just call it accounts. And then inside accounts, I'll just probably duplicate this part over here. Bring it here, just call it invoices. Right, and then we move to admin invoices, just like that. Now the font awesome icon that we need to use for invoices. So I'll just come in here, do font awesome, go to font awesome 5. So I'll come in here, just look at the icons. And then I'll look for V5 actually. I'm just going to go to font awesome 5, just like that. And then we look at the icons from his point now. Okay, so invoice, maybe that's the word we need to type in. we're looking for the free ones. So maybe we can look at file/invoice, which is okay. File invoice, right? And once we've done that, I believe when we refresh this, we'll be able to see something above the content management situation. So we have here accounts, invoices, overview, and we have the page afresh. So I'm just cycling through this quite fast so that I show that this, once you have a model of a UI that you are able to comfortably use on a frequent basis, you'll be able to craft these things very, very, very quickly. So now we're talking about creating invoices, right? So we'll start with the index situation where we come in and, of course, invoices is equal to invoices all, right? Like that. And we'll close it off like that. So that's the data that goes into the system. Although what I want to sort out over here is I want to first of all order by ID, and I make it descending, and then I paginate maybe by 10, and we move. The only thing that would probably bother us, okay, let me just get rid of this semicolon first. It's supposed to be a colon. It's supposed to be a comma, sorry. The only thing that's going to probably bother us in the long run if we don't do it now is this use with pagination. So we bring that on. It brings in the class for Livewire with pagination. And we've already set up inside our Livewire context that we want to use Bootstrap over here as the pagination theme. So we are good. We're good with that one. Now when we move to the index situation over here, we're going to come in here and create that table first. So I'm just going to come in here and do x slot colon header, because there's a situation where I have the header inside my main tag. And this header is just going to say invoices. Right? So if I come in here and refresh this, we'll see invoices over here, right? And then we move swiftly into creating the card and the table and everything. So we'll just come in here and do the card. And H5, just like that. List of issued invoices. All right, and then we come and do the card body. And in a very swift fashion, actually, we're just going to come in here and do the table. Since we already have the Bootstrap installed, so we're just going to come in here, do table hover. We get rid of the table inverse, table responsive, I'll put on the card body itself. And then this T-head inverse, I am going to get rid of it. Yeah. So I'll just come in here and do ID, client name, and invoice total. And then after invoice amount, I'm just going to escape there, and then I'll just come and do actions. And then I'll come in here, do class of text center. And given that my actions are over here, I'm just going to come in here, do a TD of class text center as well. And then I'm going to come and do two buttons over here. So a btn.btn.btn secondary, i.fas.fa edit. And just like that, we've created a button for editing. And then we've duplicated this. So I'm just going to come in here, do btn danger. And then this FA trash. And just like that, we've created a button for edit and a button for deleting. So if we come in here and refresh this, we'll be able to see our table is actually working. So now the only thing is this table responsive class needs to go to the card rather than the table itself. So if it goes to the card, it stretches it out towards like the entirety of the card, like that. So we are good with the table itself. So now how are we going to duplicate this particular part over here? And then again, we need one other button to be able to view the invoice itself, right? So we just need to come in here and do btn doc FA file invoice. And then I feel as though we need to put in a tooltip. So the tooltip is like this. So I'll go data toggle, data placement, and then this is the title. So I'll just come in here and just place it here. And I'll come in here and say view invoice. And then over here, I'll come in here and put it again and say edit this invoice. And then over here, we come in here and do a tooltip and say delete invoice. So those are the tooltips. And now we can delete this button and we're good. So now when we refresh this, we'll be able to hover over this and you can see the view invoice, edit invoice, and delete invoice, which is quite okay. And then we just delete this other TR, which is fine. And we're good. So now the table for the invoices is done. All you just need to do is reiterate all this inside that loop where we've brought in the data for the invoice and we need to actually see it working. So I'm just going to come in here and do for each. And for each invoices as invoice. Okay. I'll come in here. First things first, I'm just going to come in here and do a key like that. So since it's coming in as an array, all I'm just going to come in here and do is I'll do key +1. Okay. And that's going to be the ID. And then the rest work themselves out. So I've cut that as well, and I'm going to come in and do an if else. So if invoices, paste that, else I'll just do a h1.text center, and then I'll come in and say there are no issued invoices. And I save that and I refresh this and we'll be able to see, actually, what I'm going to come in here and do and just do count invoices is less than 1. That's it. That's all I need to do. If it's less than 1, if it's greater than 0, if it's greater than 0, what am I doing? If it's greater than 0, then we're good. So that's how we work it. So there's no issued invoices. And then again, this if else, I'm going to put it outside the table like that. So the else now hunches over to coming outside the table, just like that. And then we're good. So there are no issued invoices for now. Now, when we move towards the creating of these invoices, we come in here into the create section. We come in and do x slot : header. We do invoices again. Then we do the card again. So card, the arrow, then card header. And then H5. Then I'll say create new invoice. inside this create function, I'm just going to go ahead and sort it out from this side over here. First things first, I have not done one function here with these invoices, and this is functions of deleting. And it passes in an ID, and the return type, it needs to be something weird. But anyway, so we're just going to the create. We're just going to go to the create first of all, and then we try as much as we can to, work around how we are going to proceed on with the creating of this invoice. So if we try to first of all initialize the invoice itself, so public invoice, okay, and then we say invoice. We're going to come in here and create a function, and this function is going to be called mount. We're going to do this invoice is equal to new invoice. Just like that, and everything else just follows along. For example, now if we come in here and do public function rules, oops. What the public function of rules does is, within this function, we can run whatever script that we want to run, as long as now we return the validation rules in the situation. So now since we're doing the invoice bit, right? Since we're doing the invoice bit, we have to go about knowing what. First of all, let's just do first public services and public clients. So we need to know what now inside the invoice, what are we putting in? We have the date, we have to put in the date, which is therefore required, right? We have to select the client, okay? So this one for the client ID is required. And then, now at this point, it all comes down to pushing items into an array and then being able to depict, okay, this service has been offered, the quantity is at this point, and we carry on forward. So, client ID is required, the date is required. Now, what other items do we have inside our invoices? So there's is pro forma, right? So this is going to be a checkbox, definitely. So invoice is pro forma, okay? And this one, I'll keep it as nullable, okay? Given that if it is null, then it is not a pro forma. If it is not null, then it is definitely a pro forma. So it's going to be a checkbox, definitely. So given that it's going to be a checkbox in this situation, let's close this off. We'll go to the mount situation. We're creating a new one here, but then over here, what I want is to pass in this data. In fact, we don't really need these services and this and all of that here. All you just need it to be is declared inside the render situation. So I'll come in here and do services is equal to service. So service is a model, all, okay? Then we come in here and do clients is equal to client all. And just like that, we're good. Just like that, we're just perfect. Just perfect. So when we take all of this, right, and then we see the data of services, we see the data of clients, and we run it to the system, we'll be able to see a few other things. But now, as of now, what I want to do here is, before we even go to the services database, let's use the services configuration. So this one is my services. Okay. Oh, and my mind is starting to take up a lot of space. All this information is overloading. But that's why we have coffee on the side. Anyway, so now we've done this. We've done this creation. We've done all that. How about the save function? How about the save function? What's going to happen? Well, initially we're just going to do a validation. And in this validation, first of all, I'm just going to do a try catch. So just going to do try catch, right? And inside this try catch, what we're just going to do here is this validate. Okay, we validate within the try catch. We run the invoice, and given that services are going to be selected within an array and then going to be saved as like they're going to be patched through with the invoice, then that makes things a bit more difficult to handle, let's say. So let's just finish the create function. So I'll come in here and say this invoice save, right? And then we'll come in here and then we'll do an attach, or rather a syncing between the invoices and the services. Right. So in that situation, what happens here is every single service that has been talked about, or every single service that has been selected and given the quantity and the pricing and all that stuff, will be accounted for in a for each loop, sort of, right? So given that when we're creating this invoice, for each service that's being selected, there's going to be a price and there's going to be a quantity, right? So you select the price, you select the quantity. That's how we move on looking at this particular situation. But in every single situation, in the catch, we are going to in the catch situation, we're going to emit, or rather dispatch the event. So given that we're still using we're using LiveWire version 3, we're going to come in here and say this dispatch. And we talk of the event, which is done, and then we come in and do success. We talk of it as a success event, and then we'll say success. No, sorry, if it's a catch, then it's an error or a warning. And then we'll say something went wrong. And then we'll come in here, do a colon, and then we concatenate the th get message. Th is a throwable, so that is exactly what we are throwing in this situation. So yeah, I pretty much validate that we have done all that. So once we go to the create situation here, we go to card body. In fact, this is what we're going to do. So I'm going to come in here, take this. So card, I'm going to do a dot row. Then inside this row, doing a column MD4. Column MD4, column 12, and then multiplied by 2, such that this column MD4, column 12, this one comes as column MD8, column 12, because there's a total of 12 columns. I'm going to paste the card here. Card body, paste it there, finish that off. And then over here, we're just going to come in here and do a table as well. So a card with table responsive. So card dot table responsive. And then we begin there, and then we do a table. I'll do a table default, and that's how we go about it. So here we'll just do service name. We'll do the price, and we'll do the quantity, and then we do an actions here. So the actions here could be delete, could be an edit. It varies, right? It varies a lot, quite a lot. And now that we have 4 here, we're going to have 4 here as well. And we're just going to close that up. Great. So now we move to the card body situation over here. And what do we intend to do? We intend to select the date, then we select the client, and then we select select the date, select the client, and check whether or not it's a pro forma or it is an actual invoice. And if it's an actual invoice, well and good. If it's a pro forma, something like that. So those are the different ones that we're going to go for. So I'll first of all start with a select for the client. So I'll just do a select, and it's B4 form select, and then label for client, and select the client. And then over here in these other options, I'm just going to delete all of them and do a for each loop over here, for each. And then I'll come and say clients as client. And then we come in here, we'll just come in here and do an OPT. The value is client ID. And then the value over here is client name. That's how we go about this. Right, so we're moving quite fast actually. The select is done. Now once we move from the select, we come in here, we do the date, right? So we'll just come in here and do date, or rather inputs. So we'll do B4 form input, which is like that, and then we'll say date issued. Enter the date issued, just in case it needs a placeholder. Text is not text, it's a date. And then, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. It's pretty much self-explanatory. So now inside the select, we are doing a wire model. And the wire model is going to be equivalent to the invoice dot client ID. And then once we move from this point here, we are coming in to this input. Wire model is invoice date. And we're moving quite fast actually. So now after these two form groups, this one and this one, the next one we're going to do is the checkbox. So I'm just going to come in here and do a checkbox. So B4 form checkbox, just like that. And then you can see input type is checkbox, form check input. What I just need to do here is I do wire model, and then I'll say in invoice dot is proforma. And then If it is checked, actually remove that. Value, we remove that. And then in the outside, as the label, we'll label it as pro forma invoice question mark. And now when we go to now the create invoice, which is what that should be called. So I'm going to come in here and edit that just real quick inside the sidebar navigation. And now inside here, inside accounts, instead of create testimonial, it should be create invoice, right? And there should be accounts management. Yeah, so for my invoice, well and good. The type is a checkbox, form check input, and all we just need to do here is get rid of these small help texts, which I'm not going to be using, because if I hit save, it's supposed to go to the try catch and it's going to emit if there's any error. So I'll come in here and do a button of saving. So btn.btn dark, right? Dot text uppercase. And yeah, I'll just click on save. That's it. So thing about this whole situation is, if we look at how these form groups are lined out, there needs to be, first of all, a margin bottom here. So a margin bottom of 3. Just like there is in all the others. And we're good. So if I come in here and hit save, nothing is going to happen. But now here's the thing. Here's the kicker. So if I come in here and do wire click, and then save, we're going to come in here, refresh this, save, and then you can see date field is required and one more error, which is perfect. It works. So let's say if we did the selecting of the client, which we don't have a client just yet. We did the selecting of the dates, which we don't have as well. And then the pro forma invoice we check. So now if we look at the Livewire dev tools, which are not active at the moment, actually. That's interesting. Oh yeah, there we go. So the Livewire dev tools, we look at this part over here, the pro forma situation over here. Nothing is happening, right? Over here as well, you can see there's nothing happening over here. So even if we hydrate how, it's not happening. But if we change the date as well, let's say we do an invoice for 27th, you see the date is supposed to change, right? It's not changing. And why is that? So that is something we need to also check, right? Because even if we do the save here, it's still saying now the client field is required. So this has all gone through, and this is actually not hydrating fast enough, right? So even this checkbox over here for the pro forma needs to actually also show up. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to come in here, and then I'm going to come in here and do a die dump. And this die dump, I'm just going to come in here and die dump this invoice. And bang, let's go. So if I come in here and do that, client field is required, right? What if the client field was nullable? So that's generally what is that is calling for. So what if the client field was nullable? I'll come in here, it needs the date field. I've selected the date. And now you can see we have different things over here. So we have the attributes. The date is there. The client ID is there. His proforma is null. So now if I come in here and select this, what happens? You can see that his proforma is true, right? Before it was null. Null is just by default by default a false operator, right? It just if we were to convert it to Boolean, it's a falsy data type actually. Yeah, now that's more of what it is that I needed to say. So it's a falsy data type. So anything that is falsy or false is what returns to the database as false by default. But if it returns true, one, things like that. Number one is a truthy, value, whereas zero is a falsy value. You have an empty string as a falsy value, while a string with a word at least or a letter at least is a truthy value. So yeah, and we prove and we push on and we push on and push on. Great. So that's how that works. Selecting the client. Now we're just going to come in here and make it required actually. And that is generally where I want to reach before I now start creating the clients themselves. So before we push on to creating clients, I think we need to do the seeding of this data. So I just need to do pa make models or make seeders. And then we'll come in here and say services seeder, okay, -m. Sorry, not -m. Services seeder. Make seeder, sorry, seeder. Sneezing a lot. Services seeder, it's created. Then we have also the clients seeder. And now at this point we'll need ChatGPT to assist us as well. So first things first, I will create the services seeder right now, as ChatGPT will create for me the client seeder. So I'm just going to come in here, open my good friends chat GPT. Just need to close all these browsers because I believe all these different things are messing up the flow. So I'm just going to come in here, open my chat GPT right now. And then I'm going to go to my clients database, my clients table. This is my clients table. Do for me a seeder of about 20 clients. All right, so there we go. And all we just need to do now is copy that, paste that here inside the client seeder. Boom. And then this is a DB import, which is good. And table clients. And yeah, there we go. Now inside services, I think I'll do the same with services, honestly, because do the same. Oh wait, I have services here. With these services. So I just paused it, I stopped it, and then now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come in here, copy this, paste it here with the above services. and it just does it like very easily, right? So I'm just going to come in here, just from this point onwards, copy it. Then we come in here and paste it. I would much rather actually paste it here, like to create the default services. And then I edit it whichever time I feel like editing it. So I'll probably now come to this here, like that. And then import the DB function. Like that. And then leave it at that. And then I'll just do PAMF S, but then PAMFS stands for PHP Artisan Migrate Fresh Seed. If I come in here, I've done the client seeder, I've done the services seeder. In fact, let me just do the services seeder here, and then populating the database on a default basis will be something for later. Just save that, save this on the services seeder, and then I'll come in here into the database. I'll stop this, and then we'll come in and just do this, and then we'll come in here and say call. And now when we are calling, we'll just call the client seeder class, and then the services seeder. And that's how we close that up. These ones are not being used at all, so I just delete those. And I'll also delete this part over here. And now we are looking good. So now I'll do PHP Artisan Migrate Fresh Seed. Let's see how this goes. And the seeding has been done, so which means now I have to log in afresh. Now on logging in afresh, I'll still use my normal credentials. So it will go in, close. Now, if I come in here and select clients, I have client 1, 2, 3, what. So I'll select client 2, and then I'll do, all these kinds of stuff. Maybe I didn't structure out this UI quite well. Okay. Let me think. What are we supposed to do? Adding the services one by one. That's the thing. Adding the services one by one. So here's the thing, like if I click on save, it's going to save just this part over here, but nothing to do with the services. So why don't we do this inside the UI, this create UI, right? Instead of putting the save button here, right? Instead of putting the save button there, we'll create another table right underneath this card. We'll just create another card down here, and this card is now for adding the services. So I won't even put the card header, or maybe I will add services, and then we're going to have a button down here. Service, price, quantity. That's like the essential situation. Service, price, quantity. So once we do the service, the price, and the quantity, then we'll be able to, first we select the service. So select the service. Select a service. It's not going to be a wire model, but I'm just thinking to myself, what am I going to do with this? Service name or service ID? Let us do service ID. Right, well, for it, services as service, then we'll do the option value of client ID, which is just change that to service ID, and service name. And on changing this, the way I've changed it just now, then this becomes the situation. Check this out. So if I go to my my create situation, so I'm going to come in here, have the service ID. I'm going to have the price and then the quantity, like that. So I selected the price, right? I'm going to put the quantity, which is an input. So I'm just going to do before form input, and then I'll just say price, no, quantity. And then we'll say enter your quantity. And then the input type will be number. The step will be 0.5, I believe. 0.5. And the minimum will be 1. The minimum is going to be 0.5 actually, or 0.1. Let's actually do step 0.1 and minimum 0.1. And then, yeah, I'll remove the small text. And then, now once we've done the quantity, we'll do the price as well. So the price will be in Kenyan shillings. Price could be in Kenyan shillings. It depends on the currency that is actually being displayed. But I think also setting up a currency is also important. Setting up currency differentiation is also quite important. So I think so I'll do price and also currency. So I'll come and do a select as well. And then I'll do currency. So there's one thing that, if there's one thing I've not done inside my my invoicing, in my invoicing part, when it comes to the pivoting table, is the currency, which cannot be nullable at this point. So I'll just do price, and then I'll do currency. And we'll get rid of those. So we'll do price, currency, put it under that. And yeah, I think we are good with this. We're good with this now. So we have price, we have currency, and we are set. We're set with this particular part over here. Whereas we could hold the currencies to the default configurations, of which I want to now get rid of that stuff inside my services right here. So where are we? We're at the point where we can not use this part over here inside the app, not the config my services. We can actually get rid of this. And then inside of our front side, where we had the, so the front part where we had the component that was dealing with my services, which should be here actually. And then we go to front, and we go to services section, instead of dealing with config my services, we're now going to be dealing with for each services as service. Now, given that these are just components, then I have to come in here and edit it inside my app, view, front, services. It's actually services section because services section here, services section here. I don't think we were using this at any one given point, but we'll just see. So I'll come in here, I'll say public services, okay. And then inside my construct function here, I'll come and say this services should be equal to service all and semicolon. And then now when it comes to the view over here, I come and dump the data over here, services, this services. Could be as easy as that, honestly. And once that is done, let's actually open this on a different tab. You see the for each argument. First of all, I didn't save this. Did I save this? Yeah, I did not save this. So coming here, we have services. All right, so once I refresh this, this is good. It's done. And if I go back down and look at how it brings it out, you can see it's not bringing it out the way it's supposed to bring it out. So instead, I'm going to come in here, instead of putting it as, like over here, services title, it needs to be services arrow title, like that. And then the same thing happens over here. Services arrow image, and then we close that up. And we're good. Or are we? I wonder why it's not showing up. I wonder why it's not showing up. Because our services have all been seeded, and they've been seeded well. I'm sure they've been seeded well. And if they have not, then there's something really problematic in the situation. So I'm going to go ahead and check my seeders database, seeders, services, seeder. You can see services is fine. And then DB table services, insert services, right? Instead of icon, I think I want to do image. Icon is a bit too, nah. This should have been image. This should have actually been image. So I'm going to change this up a bit. But let's actually check this out. So if this is icon, then the only thing I need to change in this part for the service section is this here to be icon. Oh, this is title. This is fine. Services name, I think. And then over here we have icon. If that's the case, then I think that should be good. Yeah. So in essence, if I come in here, it works like through and through. But what I need to change, there are many things I need to change. I definitely think there's so many things that I need to change. Now, if I come in here and look at this spot for the icon, I need an image, right? So I'm just going to come in and change that a bit later. Let's just focus on finishing the part where we're dealing with the invoices, because now if I start jumping on one issue to another, we're going to stay here forever. So we have our currency situation here. We have our price, we have our quantity, and now we're going to have a button where we're going to say add service. So we're just going to come and do btn.btn.btn dark, right? And then on adding that, we're just going to come in here and dot text uppercase. Now I just remember that. So text uppercase, and then we'll just do save. No, not save. Add service, and the wire click that we're going to do, wire click, is going to come in here and do an add service. And since these are items that the quantity, the service, and the price and the currency are the things that are going to be dealt with here. So you can see we have over here service ID, we have the wire model quantity. So quantity, right? And then we have, aside from wire model quantity, we're going to also put the number, or the price, right? And then we'll do down here, instead of service ID, it should be currency. So I'm going to create a config of the currencies that we're going to be using in my system, of which we're just going to come in here and say currencies .php. Inside here, we'll just do this, and then we'll just do return, and then we'll return the different currencies that we're dealing with. Kenyan shilling. So what we'll do is we'll array them like this, such that we have the title, and then we'll do Kenyan shillings, and the abbreviation it might be a lot of stuff I'm putting in here, but abbreviation is KES, right? And then we have US dollars. So once we do it in US dollars, United States dollar. So over here, we'll just call it Kenyan shilling, and then United States dollar. This is USD. And then we'll also have the British pound, the Great Britain pound, the Great British pound. Great British pound. Or the sterling pound, if you want to call it as well, the sterling pound. So it's called GBP. And we're good. Or quid, if you want. Quid. Right. Yeah. Actually, yeah, quid. Let me put title over here. Quid. Nah. Anyway, so that's the currencies that we're dealing with here. Yeah. That's how we do this. All right. So we move on further, and we try and assess the situation here. With creating these different currencies, the services, and all that stuff. I mean, first things first, I need to go ahead and edit this table over here inside our migrations, and we go to our services table. Inside our services table, I want an icon and an image, which are both nullable, right? And then when we go to the database seeder, inside our services seeder, instead of icon, I want all of these to be images. Yeah. Now, I think ChatGPT can help us with this. For all these services, give me the ideal font awesome 5 icon that I can use. So given that we're using Font Awesome 5, let's try we deal with these. Font Awesome 5 has a Laravel icon. I wonder. Wow. Huh. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Yeah, who would have thought that Font Awesome 5 has a Laravel icon? So these are the ones that we're going to be using. So I'll just do FA code, FA Laravel, FA users, cog, network wired, FA Android, paintbrush, and all that stuff. So I'm just going to come in here and paste them here. So for all these, just going to come in here down, change this to icon, then go to end, go to home, I believe. No. Oops. Hold on shift, go to end, still holding on shift like that, FA hyphen. So now I'm just going to come and start populating these things like full stack web development. I think, what was that? Full stack web development was FA code. Laravel application development was Laravel. HR management systems, that was users cog. User cog, right? Users cog. And then we have API integration and development, network wired. Android application development is FA Android. I don't know about this one really, because I don't know if it's free Android. I don't know if it's free in FAS or something, but I can see it's FAB. But when you look at Laravel, it's FA. This one is definitely FAS because it's a FA stroke. But now they're doing it as FAB. Yet over here inside our ChatGPT, it's talking about it as an FA. Oh, it's FAB as well. But what about code? What about code? Code, this one here should be FAS. Yeah, so this is FA solid, but these other ones are FAB. What is FAB? B is brand, right? So if it's FAB as brand, then we'll just have to do that. So FAB, FA Laravel, FA code is FAS, FA code, FA users cog should be FAS as well. FA network wired should be FAS as well. FA Android should be FAB, which is a brand. So those are brands. So there's brands, shims, there's what else? There's FA, there's so many things. There's so many things that I'm not, there's regular, solid, brands. Yeah, there's so many. Version 4 shims or something like that. I can't recall all this Font Awesome stuff. My battery is about to go off. My phone is about to go off. But yeah, we move on to trying to sort out these different areas. So UX UI design, we look at this. We look at FAS, FA paintbrush, FAS, FA paintbrush, FAS, FA paintbrush. Then we look at e-commerce solutions. We'll come and do fas.fa cloud. No, e-commerce, FA shopping cart. So shopping cart is there. Cloud services integration. This for FA paintbrush should have been up here. Then for cloud services integration should have been FA cloud. But is it a brand? No, it's not a brand, I'm sure. I'm sure it's not a brand. Yeah, it's a solid. Yeah, FA cloud, FA paintbrush, then shopping cart, and then FA pencil ruler. So we'll just do FA pencil ruler for graphic and digital design. And then for consultation on business processes, we'll come and do FA comments. It is fine. Now, the next time I think I'll be upgrading this, we'll be using material design so that, you know, it's a bit diverse from what we're already seeing inside the comments section, inside the navigation bar. So yeah, I think we are ready with this. The services column is ready. All I'm just going to come and do is PAMFS so that we can have that. And now that that is done, when we come back here, this is the problem. Okay. First of all, yeah, let's just log in first. We have a bit of a problem in this particular position, so you can see this for each services or service is a problem. We can just sort that out right now inside this create. So services is not config my services, but services all now. And now once we've done that, we can definitely see when you click on this add services, quantity, price, and select the client, we can now give these invoices based off of, like, you know, every time we're adding, we're resetting this part for the services over here. And then when we are coming to create a new invoice, we just select which client that we are selecting for. And then at the very end of this particular list over here, once we've already selected this, we come in here and click on the save button, and it's up. So the invoice is ready. And then now that's when we can start doing the templating and everything. So now once we come down to all of this in this create situation, so we have this adding services. So we'll come into a function called add to service list. Right? So now we have a services list, right? And this services list is going to be an array. So I'm just going to come in here and initialize it here. So public services list is equal to an array, and we're going to put that as a variable. Let me start. All right, so once we've done that, then we come here and we go ahead and think what is it that we want to add into the services list. So this is the service ID. The service ID is what we want to add, the quantity, the price, and the service ID, the quantity, the price, service ID, quantity, price, and what am I missing? And currency, right? And currency. So quantity. So this is first of all service ID. I'm actually going to delete all of this and then do comma quantity, comma price, and then comma, and we add what? The currency. Right. Now here's the thing about these things about currency and all that different mumbo jumbo, is that whenever we're doing all these different invoicing situations, you need to harmonize the totals to come to the same amounts. We'll figure that all out slowly by slowly, but let's first of all sort all of this out. Okay, so first things first. Let's actually sort all of these things out first. So we have the service ID, quantity, price, and currency. And when we go back to the create section over here, that's what we explicitly defined over here. So we have the quantity, price, currency, and now the service ID. So this is what we're going to be using. Now from the currencies, we'll just come in here and do for each config currencies. Which is inside here, right? It's inside the config currencies as currency. All you just need to do coming here is when we're putting the value, we'll put the value of the currency abbreviation. And then we'll do the same thing here, right? But this one now, because it's an array, you need to point it out as though it's an array instead of a collection. And then we paste this there. We'll call it name, right? I think it's name. If we'll go and look at the config currencies, this is title. Yeah, it's actually title, not name. So we'll just go ahead and do that. So title. And then we'll close this off with brackets, all the whole thing. And then we'll just drag it towards this other side so that it appears as though it's in brackets, like emphasizing the title, and then like that. So if I come in here and refresh, so now we need to go back to the create and comment this out for now. Let's refresh this. Let's see what happens. Undefined key abbreviation. So inside this part over here, inside the currencies, it should be small letters actually. Right. So if I click on this, we have the Kenyan shilling, the United States dollar, and the Great British Pound. So now if I come in here and we look at now the Livewire toolkit currency, selected Kenyan shilling, it should pop up over here, although I don't understand why nowadays Livewire doesn't have, the dev tools of Livewire are not so good nowadays. If we're looking at, as you can see, it's a bit of a, it's a bit iffy. It's a bit all over the place. But anyway, currency is Kenyan shilling, price is that, quantity is that. Then we can select the service over here. So we can say, like maybe say System development quantity is maybe 3, and then the price maybe say 50,000 Kenyan shillings, and then the currency is in Kenyan shillings, of course. So it's this times this brought into this. So it's price multiplied by quantity, definitely. Let's say that's what we're doing, right? That we are deploying this into 3 different systems for one particular organization. If we're deploying it for one system in one particular organization, we'll just do one. Then the price, maybe we do the price to be like maybe say, let's say the standard price is 90,000, and then the currency is in Kenyan shillings, and the client is client 3 who wants this, and the date that this has been issued is on the 29th, which is yesterday, according to my time, my clock at the moment. If I come in here and click add this service, it should pop up over here like service name, price, quantity, actions. So if I click on add service, that's what should happen here. Yeah, as you can see, public method add service not found in component. So it should be here. Actually, it should be inside this create component. Let's actually call it add service. Okay, and then we die dump. We die dump all these different items over here. We die dump the service ID, the quantity ID, the price, and the currency. So that's what we're going to do. So we come in here, die dump the service ID, this service ID, this quantity, this price, and then this currency. We'll save that as it is, and then we refresh. Oh, we shouldn't have refreshed. Anyway, so coming here, full stack web development quantity is maybe we've done it twice. Price for each situation is 120,000, and then I enter the currency in Kenyan shillings, and that's it. The die dump is working, so which means all these different values are fine. Right, Kenyan shilling, we selected Kenyan shilling. We select it in USD and we minus maybe 2 zeros. That would be the ideal situation, right? Okay, so yeah, that's generally what we're trying to aim for. So these values are what we're trying to add into this array over here, the services list. So once we add this into the services list, what we can do here is array push, right? And then we say array push, and the array that we're trying to push to is this service list, and then this is the array that we're trying to, the values that we're trying to push. So this is the value. These are the values itself that we're trying to push, right? So once we push those values, it's supposed to read it into the table in such a manner that if this is the service ID that we're getting, we need to sift through these services and get those service IDs, the services that we're going to actually be providing inside that list. So we have, where do we go? It's in that table for the create, actually. So we come in here, we're opening the create. And inside here is where we are going to come in here and say, okay, according to the services list, first of all, I'm not going to have a table if the services are not there in the first place. So I'll just come and do if services. So if there are no services, then do a H1 telling everybody there are no services. Actually, no, just leave it like that. Just if there are no services, just leave it blank. So if there are services, then give me the table. So if we go to the create over here, it's supposed to be this one, services list. So we go back to this create over here, and then we paste it there. Services list. If there's a service inside the services list, give me. Right? So this has worked, probably has. In which sense these items over here need to be put in a for each loop, right? So I'll do a for each, and then I'll come in here and do the services list here as service item. Okay, I'll just call it service item, and then I'll come in here and paste the tr. And then inside the TR, we come in here. I'm going to come in here and do app models services service find service ID service item. Then I'll come and take the service ID. Okay, or service item, given that it's the first part, it's supposed to be service item, and then we put the 0, right? Given that it's an array. Then, of course, the others we're going to copy the same situations, right? So there's quantity, and there's price, there's quantity, and there's currency. So price, quantity, and currency. So price will be coupled together with the currency. If we look at the creation over here, let's actually just open it here, and we won't look back from this point here. Okay, so given that we have in this array, we have the service ID first, then the quantity, and then the price, then the currency. That's the order that we're going to follow inside this table here. So we have the quantity, okay? So service, quantity, then the price. Now, when we come to the price, we'll come in here and do number 2 over here like this, and then we'll follow it up inside the same TD with a number 3, given that we have the currency itself. I'd much rather do this. I'd much rather have the number 2 here and then have the currency precede it, actually. And that's pretty much it. And then the actions, of course, they're going to be like buttons. So there's going to be like a button to delete. So I'm just going to come in here and do btn.btn .btnxs .btn danger, and then I'll close that off. I'll do an i.fas.fa trash, or fa times. I'll do a times, right? And yeah, that's actually going to do quite a bit in terms of how that works. So I'm just going to come in here, add it again. You can see app model service not found. So I think I misspelled it. It should be service. And then these ones, I think it shouldn't be this way. I should just be finding item 0 and then taking the title. Yeah, I should just be taking the title. Then all of these others, get rid of that, get rid of this, get rid of that, get rid of that. Great. Now, once I try again, you can see over here it's not title, but probably name. Let me actually have a look at this. So services table. All right, so inside our services table, we have name, description, icon, and image, which is fine. I think that's the way to go. So now if I add this again, yeah. So now I want to be able to click these and be able to get rid of the particular items that I've logged in. And then if I click on add, if this service ID already exists, right? If this service ID already exists, then we need to add the quantity, right? If the service ID increases with the price as well, right? If the service ID is there and the price is also there, then we need to add it into the quantity. But if it's not, then we add it as a separate thing. So I'll come in here and do it like this. So if in array, so now we talk about the needle, right? Then the needle in this situation will be this particular situation here, right? This situation. Okay, that's the needle. The haystack is this. But no, actually, I'll look into this much later after we've already done resolving these particular parts over here. But this is working just fine. So now, if I click on this X, it's supposed to remove from the service list. So if I come in here and create a function to remove from the service list, then it's going to do this, right? It's supposed to take in the key, right? And then it's going to have to unlist the key from the array. And the best way to do that is actually to splice, I believe. Remove from array and change index and reorder index. PHP. I don't know if it's to splice or if it's to unlist, to unset. Yeah, array splice. So array splice is the one that removes the element based on its index and then reindexes the array. So if we come in here and we take the key is now what we are going to be using to array splice, right? And then we're going to splice the array as so. So if we, let me actually take to account the gigs for gigs or the PHP schools. Yeah, we're going to come in here and take the array splice. If I want to remove the second item, it's item number 1, given that this is 0, and it's going to remove 1, and then it's going to give a space of like maybe 1 or something like that. So array splice, I'll come in here and put in the array, and I don't know why my computer is hanged at this point. I don't. Yeah, it's actually hanging. It's actually hanging. This is interesting. This is very interesting. I don't understand. I think I've overconsumed the RAM. Maybe I need to stop the recording. But maybe I've overconsumed the RAM at this point. All right, so at this point here, we're going to array splice. We're going to take this services list, okay? And then we're going to splice by the key, and we're going to offset by 1 length. We're going to do it by 1 length. So once we do that, that is how we go about that. So if I go to my create, okay, and then I come in here and then I put here the key, and then I place it like that. Inside this button, all I just need to do here is I wire model, wire click, okay, and then I'm able to remove I remove service, right? And then inside here, since I'm going to have to take the key, I'll come in here and do the key. And that's it. That's pretty much it. So if I come in here and I'm actually going to test this out right now. So if I come in here and do this X, actually I'm just going to have to refresh this. So if I come in here, select the client. So these are not the clients, these are the services. These are the services, sorry. I need to actually edit that in that table. Add services, this is the service. Select the service. And then these are services, all of them, right? All right, so Laravel application development, that's what we have. I'm going to change it to API integration. Actually, just reset this whole thing. So HR management system, quantity is 2. The price, I would probably put it at maybe say 80,000, and that is at Kenyan shillings, and I add the service. So now that it's here, I can click on this, it unsets it. It not unsets, but it splices it from the array. So now I can start again. So I can come in here, API integration, quantity, maybe say 3. Price would be 90,000. And then this currency is in Kenyan shillings, so I'll add to the service. And then I'll add this again to the service, but now I want to delete one of them, so I delete this one. And I can add anything else. I can add cloud services integration. I can put maybe 1, and the pricing over here is 50,000, and add there. So I think at this point we're golden. At this point we're doing well. So now the total should also come down here, like in a sense of, okay, maybe from the array, just sum all those different things together. And I need to get that function, so array sum returns the sum of all the values in the array. So now this is the thing. I don't want in a nested. Maybe this is a 2D array. I need a 3. I need in a 2D, in a 2-dimensional array. That's it. So let's say what I need is 7. So that is like what the sum of like this. PHP 5.5, no, I don't want PHP 5.5. But I don't want to also use I don't array map functions or for each loop. I don't want to have to go through all of that. But let's actually try this. Let's actually use the array column such that if I come in here into this table, we finished all this on the services list bit, right? So now I'll put another TR down here, right? And now this TR, now that I have this TR here, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to delete that, delete this, and delete this. And now inside here, I'm just going to come in here and do a H5, and then I say total. And then I come in here and I remove this TD down here, and then I do column span. So I'll do a column span of 2. And then down here, I'll come and do that function, which is this one, right? So I'll take the array. The array in this situation is services list. Services list. And the column I want to take in this situation is number 3. Is it number 3 really? Is it number 3? I don't know if it's number 3. Is it number 3? Is it number 3? Is it number 3? Because we have it should be number 2. Oops. Number 3 is the currency. And now they should all have common currency. Now that's another thing. All right. So now let's check this out, right? If I come in here and refresh this, let's see what happens. HR management quantity is 2, price is 50,000, then currency is in Kenyan shilling, add service. We have 2 by 50,000. That's what should be the situation. Okay, that's what should be the situation. Yikes. So there is a possibility that this might not work out, but all the same, at least we are somewhere when it comes to the totals, right? So the total in this situation should be the quantity multiplied by the price, of which I can do that still by putting it inside this create function over here. And all I just need to do here is put it as a total. The total is just this quantity multiplied by this price. And then the currency remains the same. Now for each and every single invoice, I'd expect that the currencies are going to be always the same. So now, given that we have the total in this situation, what I can just do when going back to this this create, where's the create, is I can maybe, let's just go back here, and then instead we're going to do number 4. So now, once we do that, I'm just going to take the currency as well. And the currency here is number 3. And then instead of just leaving it like this, I'm going to number format. And then it's going to be in two decimal places. So also this I'll have to number format it, honestly. And two decimal places, because that's how accounting situations happen. So I add this again. Let's see how that works, right? But you can see this is 250,000. That's 100,000. So if I remove that, right? Add this again, should be 200,000. Add this again, remove this, 200,000. Remove this, 100,000. Perfect. Perfect. So this is working, and it's working well. Now that the total over here is a H5, I feel like this should also be a H5, and it should be strong. And yeah, I think I'll just cut this and paste it in between here. This one here should be small, but I don't know if H5 will start on a new line, so I don't know. So if I come in here, select service, select the quantity is 1, pricing is 100,000, and select the currencies, can shillings. Yeah, it will go to a new line, but it doesn't look bad at all. Doesn't look bad. Doesn't look bad at all. Maybe if I put the small inside the H5, it would make sense. But you see, you can definitely see that there's a big small fry there. But yeah, it works. It works very well. I think this is fine. And then we'll have a big button that comes in at the very bottom of the table. So like at the end of the table, we end the if. No, we don't end the if just yet. We add this btn dot, or we just do a dot row first, and then we come in here dot btn dot btn dot btn doc dot text uppercase. And then in this situation, we say, maybe say create invoice, which now will be now the save function, right? So let's add that again. We see the create invoice is here, but this, I don't know. Maybe we just need to remove that and remove that. Save it, and then we add again. Yeah, this is what I want. This is what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted. So when you click on this create invoice, it will do something. It will now save the client, save the date issued, all that stuff, and then push everything into the system. And then now we can be able to generate that that stuff. Whoa. Now I'm getting a bit tired, but now we have to push, we have to push, we have to push. We have to push. Because we said we're going to do this until dawn. Till dawn we go. Okay. So now the one thing that is escaping me is, now let's look for the logic to be able to split this up in a way that that we don't overpopulate. Like let's say, for example, over here, all these are the same. All of these are the same, right? So in a case where I click on add service again, it should add onto the quantity. It shouldn't be adding onto the list. So in such a situation, what I need to do is just look at this create method over here. And this part for add service is, now I'm going to look into this service list, right? In this service list, if in the service list for each and every single part of the service list, so for each service list, so it's this services list as key and value. The value will be now service item. Okay. Now, in every service item, we have the price, which is at key 0, quantity key 1, service ID key 0, quantity key 1, price key 2, currency key 3, and then the total key 4, right? So if we are going to check all these different items, of course, price and quantity go hand in hand to make the totals. We're going to check generally, like what is the deal here? Quantity cannot be 0. It can never be 0, right? So that's the first thing we do. So if service item, so if the service item at point 1 is 0, okay, or let's say is is less than or equal to 0. Is less than or equal to 0. You cannot have negative quantity. Throw that thing. Or. So or means that you check something else here in this situation, right? And it's not just if this is less than or equal to 0. If the price is also less than or equal to 0, right? And once we check all those, the negative constraints are good to go. So I'll come in here and just say throw, right? And then I'll say validation exception. So this validation exception, which is here, it's supposed to be illuminate validation, not the other one. I hope it's not .env. It's definitely not .env. It's supposed to be illuminate validation. So validation exception, you take the illuminate validation, and then with messages, right? And the messages here are going to be thrown in an array. This array is going to be titled now something to do with the services ID or the quantity or the price. So I'm just going to come in here and throw it into the quantity space, right? Quantity, and then I'll come in here and say price or quantity cannot be less than 0, cannot be less than, cannot be 0 or less. And then that's how you throw generally, right? The next thing that we need to check is if we're going to put in our service ID, right? We push, first we push this array and then we reset this particular form. So I'll come in here and say this reset. Okay, and then we'll come in here and put in the properties. So I'll come in here and do service ID. The service ID, I'll come and reset the service ID, the quantity, but even the properties, I don't need to put them like this. I just need to do this service ID, quantity, price, and currency. Okay. So all these are just this. So I'm just going to take that, just like that. So when I click on this again and add it onto this, you can see a property app, live admin invoices create $1 does not exist. Where does that $sign pop up? I don't understand where that thing is popping up. I don't understand where that nini is popping up. I'll go just add again. And I don't understand. $1 does not exist. Why is that popping up? Unless I did something with the keys. I probably did something with the keys. What? I don't understand. I don't understand what happened. Now my flow is disrupted and I don't know where it disrupted from. And it's probably something to do with the keys as well. Oh, this, by this, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. This is what it was. And then I'm going to come in here and copy the column span over here. And we'll probably be okay at this point. So now, let's see, let's reload. Just reload. It's probably for the best that we reload to price 50,000 Kenyan shillings. What? Okay, okay. It's messing with my psyche, but it's all right. It's messing with my psyche, but I don't understand why it's doing this. What? 2? Where did 2 come from all of a sudden? Because number format, array, columns, so it's nini, array sum. So this array sum, it ends here. So now this is number 2. So that's for the format. So this is fine. This is okay. What's going on? Invoices create 2 does not exist. Okay, save this first. Let's see and try again. So there's something up with the keys, most definitely. Okay, you know what? Let's do this, right? We're going to try catch so that those errors don't pop up like that. That's just poor UI. And then over here, we're just going to come in here and dispatch. So this dispatch, and the event is going to be called done. And then we're going to come in here and do an error. And then we come in here, something went wrong. Actually, let me just take this here. This is what I just need. This is all I need at this point. Yeah. The situation is not perfect. So you can see something wrong. This does not exist. But it still added everything here. So I don't understand. You can say 5.5 by 50, that's 275,000. It's working, but it's not working the way I expected it to work. Like, because it's still throwing some errors. So I think it's because of this situation of the properties. unless it's just the fact that I didn't use a string. Let's try service ID, quantity, price, and currency. Right. So unless that's the situation, like it's actually dealing with this as though with this as though it is the properties that is the problem. So if I add again, yeah, it's reset that. So it needed that. It needed to actually work like this so that we can be able to sort this out. And then now for each, so you can see the services list as service item, right? If the service item is less than or equal to 0, or the quantity is the quantity is less than equal to 0, the price is less than equal to 0, throw that problem, right? So if I come in here and just click on add service, right? There's this attempt to read property name on null, which now kind of distorts the whole operation. So I'm going to come try catch. So in this for each loop, right, is what we have over here. So if we come in here and do another if to check that again, so if service item 0 is null, right? So I'm just going to come in here if no service item 0, no service item 1, right? Or better yet, all we can do here in this situation is we have rules over here, right? We have rules. We can come in here and put validation rules, right? We can put here quantity, and then we say that it's required, or not even that. Actually, we can actually set up a validation rules inside here. I'll say this validate, and then I'll come in here and put in the rules, right? The rules here are quantity. What do we want from quantity? Is it required? Yes, it is. We can come in here and put in the service ID, and it is indeed required, just like this other one. So service ID, yeah, it was lagging a bit, so I wonder if it's still going to come back to where I was. So quantity, service ID, we have quantity, service ID, price, and currency. And perpetually, if we round off these rules, it will give us our problems from the very beginning. I don't understand why it's not doing that. Oh, it's because we wrapped it inside the for each. It shouldn't be inside the for each. Oops. So something went wrong. The quantity field is required, and 3 more errors. That's fine. We're working well, right? We're working extremely well. So what do we do next? Because we need to get this service working. Essentially, what do we do next? We check if the service ID is there at the same price, then add the quantities, right? Just add it to the quantity. So yeah. another thing, if, another if over here. So we've already done the validation rules. Now the next thing that we need to check is if the quantity and the service, if the quantity and the price, if the service ID and the price are the same as what is already existing inside the array, then we need to push the quantity, and then we get rid of that. Otherwise, we push a new item into the list. So perpetually, we just need to bring this condition back down over here. So if we check now this in array, then we come and look into the service list. But in the essence and the spirit of the needle, I think I need to go and check out what I did inside another application of mine. So I need my GitHub open. And I need to sign in as well, my goodness. And my phone is off. Oh my. Need to take a break. Right. Let's work on this and finish, right? So the authentication code I need is right here. It's already 4 a.m. Here's my GitHub. Okay. Great. So if my memory serves, should be in here, and it should be here. It could have been inside my. It was a place where I was adding mass addition of attendances. Right, so livewire admin, and then we go to attendances, mass addition. Right, so this is how we checked it out. Hey, this was a lot of code. I can't even recall how I did this. But I reckon because this is a two-dimensional array, we might actually check it out like this. It's mad. It's madness. I didn't know I was like this, man. Crazy. I didn't know I was like this. Wish somebody could have told me I was like this actually. Alright, so okay. So we're checking again. Yeah, now we need to check again. So if it's actually coming back to me properly. So we also need to check if this service item 0 is there and the price is also there. So you need to check if service item 0 is equal to service ID. So this service ID, and then if and what else? Yeah, and the same service item, we need to check the quantity, which is number 1. Yes. No, not the quantity, but the price. So the price, so 0 and 2 is equal to this price. Then we need to now scheme into a way of adding this quantity. So a service item, this service item 1. So plus equals to this quantity. Right? And now once we do that, oh yeah, this is the project I did. The project I did was not this one that was enforcing all these different things. The project I did was probably inside a different organization. Let me actually look that up. So it must have been inside. Could have been here. View organizations, repositories. Not here. Maybe inside here. View organization. Nope. So it must be here. Or here, sorry. It must be in this organization. Show more repositories, and it should be inside an inventory app, which is which one? Which one? Which one? Could it be in this organization? I feel like it couldn't be. Couldn't be in this organization, could it? It is. Oh, okay. I need to calm down. So yeah, we need to go to HTTP livewire admin, and then we go to purchases, then create. And this was the situation. So if the quantity was there, count plus plus, but now I'm adding plus the quantity. So now if the count is plus plus, yeah, like that. And then if count is equal to 0, then push the products list. So I'm going to start the count outside the for each loop. Interesting. So I'll start the count outside the for each loop. So I'll do like count is equal to 0. And then I'll come in here, if this and that, then I'll just do count plus plus. Just like that. And then if I come in here and I come and see that this array, so if count is, so if the count is still equal to 0, then I just carry on with this code. Right. So there are situations where I will not like continue with the push, which is fine. I think I fully understand what happens here. So if I come in and then I reset all these items, then I reset these items like that. So I've added the service, then I reset these items. At the end of it all, I'm still throwing an event and I'm catching it through the toasting. So if I come in here, that is not working. So I come in here and select Laravel application, quantity is 5.5, price is 20,000, currency is in Kenyan shillings. I do that, 4.5 million. Then what else? If I did the same thing, Laravel application development, I did the same. I did a different quantity, let's say 1.5, and then I put the price to be 720,000, and I select the currency as Kenyan shilling, of course. It's going to add it differently. But if I set the quantity as that 1.5, so I'll set the same service as this, but then the price remains the same as this, right? Then I select the currency as Kenyan shilling. If I do this, it will have to add it here. But I don't understand why it's not added it. Because it needs to add it here, right there. All right, another if that I need to check out also is if the service item, if the currency, so now the 0, 1, 2, 3. So if this is not equal, right? If they're not equal, to this new currency, right? Then problem, right? Throw, and then we throw at the currency. And then we say price or quantity cannot be 0 or less, right? But this is for the price. Now in this situation, currency in one invoice should be the same. So now in such a situation, if I was to come in here, reset this, First of all, this should work. I don't understand why it's not working. Because I came in here, select the service, Laravel application development, 5.5 quantity, price is 20,000 or 2,000, let's say. Then the currency is Kenyan shilling, add service, right? That's fine. If we come in here, select the same service, select it at the same price, okay, and select a different quantity, let's say 2, I'd expect this to become 7. And then I select the Kenyan shilling. Okay, let's say currency first. United States dollar. Problem. Currencies in one invoice should be the same, right? Fair. Now I'm selecting Kenyan shilling. It's done that, but it should add it here. So what's going on? What's actually happening? Right? Like, is it actually like defining it, or is it bringing in problems? Because if I come in here and check the object here, sorry, not there, but the services list, I look at this array over here, array 5, then you can see 2, which is this one. 5 is not changing, right? It's not changing whatsoever. If I delete it, it works. So I don't understand why it's not accepting this. So plus equals, maybe I'll just have to do 2 to integer. I don't know how to convert this to integers. I've forgotten. And to go back to that code. It was int val. Yes, thank you. Int val. Yeah. So this one needs to be an integer value. This also needs to be an integer value. Price also needs to be an integer value, or a float, or a decimal value, something. Currency, quantity, and price, that's all fine. So what's happening in this situation? Well, problems. You see, this products list plus equals, that's exactly what I've done here, plus equals this quantity. So let's try that. Or maybe the integer values are the ones that are giving us problems. But then if that held true, then these items shouldn't have, they should have gone straight to the, if these items didn't hold true, then those items should have gone straight to the array push, because this count wouldn't have gone off. So in essence, if we go back to this, let's try again. This quantity is 2, price is 20,000. Kenyan shillings, right, that's fine. Now, if I did the same service at the same price, and the quantity is at, okay, let's say I add the quantity field is required, right? So I come in here and I do 0.1 as the minimum. Okay, let me do 2 as well. It should be 4 up here. Currency, Kenyan shilling. It should be 4. That's what should be happening. And then, okay, let's try and add other items. So if I come in here, add maybe 2 of these at 50,000, the currency Kenyan shilling. It works. It works. That one works, but I don't understand why in this particular one, it's not pushing. 185, price is 20,000. Can see that. Okay, so I'll come in here and select Laravel application development. Quantity is 2. Price is 20,000. The currency is Kenyan shilling. Add. So you can see it's 4 right here. It's become 4. So why is it that it's become 4 but it's not changing here? Does it make any sense? Does it make any sense? It's changing there, but it's not changing inside the value itself. Is there something that I missed within my old code? There's probably something I've missed and that I'm not talking about. You can see products list over here. Products list that plus equals. But maybe it's because this is a for each loop. So given that the for each loop is in, I don't think I can assign anything. But then I've called an array. I've called the array situation. What if I did this, right? If I did this, let's say we don't reset, right? Let's say we don't reset. If I did that, I added the service. Maybe I changed the value to 2.1. It's still not adding up. It's still not adding there. Still not adding there. Full stack. Still not adding there. Android is adding, but it's still not changing these other values. So maybe I need to instead do a for loop instead of a for each. So maybe I do a for loop and I say for I is equal to 0, I is less than count this services list, and I plus plus. Then I come in here and drag everything over here, and I just do, instead of service item, I do service list I. So service item changes to this service list I. So like this. This service list So if that's the situation, I get rid of this for each loop. And then if I come and hit this again, numbers should be changing now. 4.1, nothing. Well, I don't understand. I shouldn't have put integer value. I should have put decimal value. I just left it like this even. Yeah, it works now. 4. Now, if I come in here and do a plus equals, becomes 8, 12, 16. Yeah. So the for loop actually works better, it seems. If you need to assign new values in an array, a for loop works much better than a for each loop, because a for each loop is like it reiterates inside objects rather than inside the actual variables. And then you can see that everything here is working now perfectly. So if I come in here and select now Laravel application development at 20,000 for quantity, that's 6. And yeah, and I can continue adding 10, 14, 18, 22, 26, 30, yeah. But now here's the thing, here's the kicker. This is 30, 30 by 20 is 600. So this should be 600,000. Why is the total still remaining at 320,000? And then again, maybe I just need to select something else and add it there. And then you can see maybe I can delete this. This is 360 right here. What? Hold on. There must be something I'm not doing right. There must be something I'm not doing right. Maybe this quantity over here, I don't need it here. I don't need the quantity there. So certainly when I come into this PHP section, or this PHP section of this place, this is where I'm supposed to come in with the totals, right? So I come in here and say PHP, because this is the UI rendering, and then I'll come in here and say total is equal to 0, right? So now because I'm doing a for each here, I need to put this PHP outside. So now because I'm doing a for each here, because I'm doing a for each here, I'm going to take in this service item and add it to the total. So I'm just going to come in here and set the for each, and then I come and do PHP, and then I come and say total plus equals to this, and I close that, and then I'll come and just call it here. So number format, and I remove all this, and I just come and say total. And I don't need this. And let's add again. Ooh, you touched my talala. Yeah, so 8 by 20 is 160. should be 160. So I don't understand why all these other ones are not adding up to the full value. So that, like, this is this. So, oh yes, I didn't do this. I needed to do this. So service item 2 multiplied by service item 1, which is the quantity. So I'll just close it up with brackets, honestly. Just leave it like that. All right, so add again. All right, so this is 8, this is 160, 100, 260. Perfect. I think we've done well. I think we've done extremely well with this. So I think we need to push on forward and try to create the invoice itself. So now that we've sifted out, you can't create an invoice with more than one currency. We cannot create an invoice with this currency and quantity and all those different things empty. So now we can create the invoice itself by taking the service list and implementing it inside our save method. And inside this save method, this save method is supposed to be inside this button. So I'll come in here and do wire, click, and then I'll come and do a save. Now this save method is going to take our list and attach it to the new invoice that is actually being created. So if I come in here and I go to create invoice, right? It should give me an error. Like, let's say I refresh. I come in here, I say full stack web development. I enter the quantity 1, but the price is supposedly maybe 500,000. Currency is in Kenyan shillings, and I add the service. If I create the invoice, it's saying that the date field is required. So the date field in this situation is this one. The date field in this situation is this one, sorry. So if I come in here, do the date field, maybe say on the 28th, I make it a pro forma, right? And then I select the client. I select the client, maybe, okay, let's say I don't select the client. If I create the invoice, it says the client ID field is required. Now, if I come in here, select client number 10, and then I create the invoice, I have this. This is the attributes array for this part. But all I need actually in this situation is both that part and the list. The list is supposed to be a very influential piece of this. So I'm just going to come here and say this select services list. Right. So now once we do that, create invoice. So now we have this as our attributes for the client, and then we have this as the list of items that we're going to be continuously attaching. So it's an array of an array inside an array. If we want to add another item, we can, but in essence, we have to do it like this. So we have to come in here. I see a Laravel application development, add that, and maybe at a different price instead of that price. So maybe say 100,000, and I delete this one, and then I click on create invoice. So those are two arrays inside the main array over here, which is now going to go into cycling in this particular system for the attachment of these services. So before we go any further, I need to attach invoices. Since we have the service invoices model creation, we need to go to our invoices, and we need to create a function called services. And this will return a many-to-many relationship. Return this, right? So I'm going to say this has or belongs to many. and then we're going to say services, service class, where the table that we are talking about is called invoice, invoice underscore service. So that is the name of the table, right? All right, so all the other names are already in convention, so I don't need to set this up with more names, but in a case where I need to do so, I will. But in this situation, it's okay just the way it is. So now that this has returned a belongs to many situation, I can now go ahead and inside my create function, right, inside the save, what I can do is I can validate. I've validated, right? Then after that, I come in here and say this invoice, right? Save. After saving the invoice, I have to come in here and this, I have to attach this invoice, attach, oh, this invoice services, okay? Then I come in here and attach. So this is the ID of the services that I have selected. Then we have to put in an array of attributes. So I have to attach each and every single service that has been listed, right? So I come in here, let me just cut this and then I'll do a for each loop. For each, and then I'll come and do this invoices, services, no, sorry, for each of this services list as service item. I'm going to paste this down. This invoices services attach, and then I'm going to come in here and select the service item 0, which is the ID. Then attributes is where now we start putting in things like what we've already declared inside this table. So I come into the pivot table, which is invoice services table right there, and you can see we've done the foreign ID to pivot the two foreign IDs to pivot within the two tables, the services and the invoices table. Now we have two other columns that we need to populate, which is the quantity, price, and the currency, which at this situation we need to come in and now set it up like this. We'll come into, where's this? There's the create. So we'll come into the create. We'll come and do price. Now price will be number 2, I believe. So I'll come and do service item and number 2, like that. Quantity is number 1. And then we have our currency, which is now at number 3. So now we'll be able to see how these things get affected live. And then, of course, we're going to have to dispatch a success message, a success event. So I'll say successfully saved, success created invoice number, right? And then I'll come in here and do this. I'll space it out like this, and then I'll come and do this this thing, which was the sprintf, right? The sprintf. Can I have? Do I still have that sprintf somewhere here? Should be having it still. Can't find that sprintf. And the format was 08D or something like that, %08D or something like that. So I want to do 03D. value itself, which is the invoice number, which is the ID, this invoice ID. And since I'm concatenating with a string, I have to put the dot there. So I don't know if this is the format, because I recall us doing it inside that services section. It should be here somewhere. Yeah, %02D. Yeah. So these are two numbers. This other one I've done three digits with two leading zeros. So I think I need to change that and put it as three leading zeros, because I need it as three leading zeros. I need it as three leading zeros, so I need to change that here. So I need to put that 04D, like that. Great, so I think that's done and we are sorted. So now if I come in here and actually try and save this invoice, successfully created invoice number 1. So now it needs to actually, once I've created this thing, it needs to reset everything and restructure anew, right? So I'll come in here and say this reset. And once I reset everything, then I come in here and say this invoice is equal to new invoice. But now, because I've created a new invoice, let's actually go back to the overview and see what is going on. So we have a list of invoices, the client name, the invoice amount. Now, in this invoice amount, we just need to come in and total the quantities and the prices. And for us to do that, we need to put it inside the model. So inside the model, I'm going to come in here, put it inside here, call the function, get total amount attribute. So now in the get total amount attribute, what I will do is I will take all these services list and multiply. So I'll just do for each services, right, as service. I'll come in here and take the price and the quantity and multiply. So I'll come and first of all declare a total, which is a 0 at first, and then I'll come in here and say the total plus equals 2, and then we'll come and take the services price and multiply it by the services quantity. And that's that. Now I just get to return total. And now this one just becomes this services, and I think we'll be fine. I just need to complete this, complete that. And now, because we need to go to this overview and total these things out, we have the key is fine. Now all you just need to do is the client name. The client name is coming in from the invoices. So invoice, right, client name, okay, and then we have the invoice amount, which is a number format. And by the currency of this invoice should always be the same all through. So if it's the same all through in this situation, should be like this. I'm going to go to the invoice itself, or I'm going to go to the invoice model itself. Inside this invoice model, I need to do I need to do another function, get currency attributes. And in this currency attribute, I'm just going to come in here and say return this services first currency. And that's how I finished that. We're on point. So the system is working. It seems like this thing will be good. The only thing now is just function and what function client, and then I'll come in here and say return this, and since it belongs to one, it's just a one-to-many situation where one client has many invoices. So this belongs to, and then I'll come and say client, which is a model class. That's it. So now once that is done, this works. Then I'll come in here and just do, I'll do a small here, and then I'll do invoice currency like that, and then I'll come in here and do number format, and I'll come and set it as total amount. Once that is done, I refresh this and we will be able to see it. Must be of type int, float, or float string is what has been given. So total amount should be int or float, but the string has been given. So I need to go back to my model and see what is up. Because the amount can't be a string, can it? Shouldn't be a string. If I go to decimal string, right? Which is fine. That's fine. So which means the total has been given as a string. So let's see. Let's go to the models, invoices. The total amount is probably been given as a string. Oh wait, hold on. When we look at this part for the index, of course, what was I doing? What was I thinking? Invoice total amount. Actually, that is exactly what should be happening, and nothing else. And I think we're good. So now if we come in here and refresh this, I think we're good. We're golden, right? So now they're telling us invoice amount is 0. No, doesn't make any sense. Unless the attach function did not work, of which we should be able to tell if it did. If we go to the seeders, we go to not the seeders, but the migrations, no, database SQLite. Let's go to database SQLite. We go to invoice service, and you can see these two services have been added in regards to the first invoice which we have created. So it should give us a total of 600,000. But it's not done that. So the reason why it's not done that is probably because of the relationship within this this particular table. Either that, or there's something that we have not accounted for when it comes to that addition. So I'm just going to go back to the model itself, or rather I'll go to the model itself. And once I go to the model itself, I think I'll be able to find the error, which is in here. This services as service. I don't really play like this. But at the same time, that shouldn't be the error at this point, at this juncture. I don't know. This shouldn't be the error, but it seems like it is. Because you can see for each of these services. So this has definitely worked. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been posted inside the invoice service table. So this has definitely worked. So for each of these services, a service. And I don't think these parentheses are necessary. Let's see how that works. Then we have the total amount attribute. Why then is it that this thing is refusing this total amount? And I did it in camel case as well. I did it in camel case, right? Total amount attributes. I spelled it correctly. Get total amount attribute. I spelled everything here correctly. And you see it's returning a float or an int. This one is mixed, right? Which means it's a string most of the time. So unless there is something here, because even this the currency is not showing. The currency is not showing, and then we don't have this. So I don't understand. And then again, let's look at this table again, so that we can fully understand. Do we have currency? We do, right? And it's a string. It's fine. It's fine. This one is okay. How is it that this table we've put invoice amount, but when you go to the table itself, the invoice amount is not even reflecting at all? The currency is not reflecting at all, right? So what's going on? Unless we can do this, we can just take the invoice itself and do that. Let's see what happens. So we can see that we have a few items that have not been appended over here. So if we need to append, we need to append right away. So to append these items, I think we need to come in here and just use protected appends. And in order to use those protected appends for these attributes, I'll take total amount. And I will take currency. And if I refresh this, then we should be able to see all of those. So we can see currency is now services has depth, definitely. How about we do this then? So if total amount is that situation, then we can that's actually insane. Something's a bit fishy here. Something's a bit off. Let's go back to the SQLite and see what's going on. Because inside our invoice services, we should see currency is there, price is there, quantity is there. What are we missing? This actually should be 700,000 because this is 200,000 quantity times price, and this is 500,000. So that's 200,000 plus 500,000, 700,000. If we can't get that on the graphic here, it's a problem. I don't understand why it's misbehaving like this. Unless then we return total. Unless I'm not getting something. Maybe price and quantity are on different spectrums, I think. Currency should come. Currency should not even have a problem. Oh, these items, why am I pulling them from the services table instead of pulling them from the pivot table? Instead of pulling them from the pivot table, I forgot about that. Of course. I should have pulled them from the pivot table. I keep on forgetting. Such simple stuff. Such simple stuff. Keep on forgetting such simple stuff. This is it. Yeah. So this is the pivot tables. Now, this is wrong. This is all wrong. This is not it. This is not it. Where's the Laravel documentation? Right. I'm sure we have the many-to-many retrieving intermediate table columns, ordering queries with intermediate table columns. So retrieving intermediate table columns, right? For each user's roles as role pivot created at. Okay, so all I just needed to do here was add pivot. and here as well. If that's all, I'm gonna be baffled. Oh, okay. Wait, but it's in the documentation. Hold on. We have one. We have one invoice, right? Inside this invoice, we've called for all of the. Mm. Okay. With pivots. And then the array of columns. Yeah. So with pivot, and I'm just going to come and start with price, quantity, and currency. Of course, I keep on forgetting. I needed those extra columns. It's mad. It's actually mad. I needed those extra columns. Keep on forgetting. All right, so I think we're good. I think we're good now. So 700,000 right there. I need to go back to this this part over here and change what we were doing. Right. And now we're good. Right. Now we're good. Now in this situation, I want to click on this and it gives me my invoice. So instead of button, I'm going to do an A href, right? And it's going to go in a route and this route will be what will we do? Admin dot generate invoice. So a href, and then we close it with another a tag. The btns and all that stuff will remain the same. So if I refresh this, the tooltip still works. We've not defined the route as well, so I think we'll just define the route. Oop. Am I in the right place? Oh, yeah, I'm in the right place. Okay, so now you can come here and route. Get. Is it gonna be get? I think it's gonna be get. Get generate invoice, and then we run it. We run it how? How do we run it? Generate invoice, and we're going to use a function. Now this function is going to have to use barvdh .pdf. So .pdf. Where's barvdh? I don't think this is the one. Laravel.pdf, yeah, there we go. barvdh laravel.pdf, this is the one. So all we just need to do is follow the steps, compose it require, and then we come in here, we do that. looks good. Looks very good. As it continues to generate autoload files. Coffee is still warm. Very nice. Oh. We're almost done here. We're almost done. We're almost done here. Just need to generate this invoice and we are looking good. Generate this invoice, we look good. We have 1 hour and 30 minutes remaining. We said we're going to finish the stream at dawn. And we will do just that. So this thing takes so long. In the meantime, I'm just going to go ahead and create this document. So I'm going to come in here and go to views, resources, views, and then I'm going to come in here and create a folder called documents, docs, or docs. And then inside docs, I'm just going to create another called invoice.blade.php. Now, in situations like this, right, all I'm just going to come in here and do is simple, really. I'm just going to copy what I pasted here inside my invoice.html. Copy. Then I'll go and paste it here, invoice.blade.php. And then from this point here, I can now start setting up different things in terms of like what it is that I imported throughout. For example, the logo. Right, the logo was brought in through CSS, I believe. And if it has been brought in through CSS, then as you can see, it's using this. I don't think it's beneficial that we do this like that. Well, what we're going to do here is we'll probably use this logo instead, or this one, or the dark one. I don't know why I don't have the dark one. It's kind of sus, you know. Oh, I don't have the dark one. All right, let's see. Let's see where the dark one is. This is the purple one. I don't have the blue one. I don't have the dark one. So I think I'll just have to go ahead and extract it from, you know, where? Illustrator. This one needs to change color. So this is the one I really need to use. This is the color. That is my brand color. Then I'll have to export the first one and the third one. So I'm going to export for screens. And then I'll select the outputs. So I'll select this one. And I'll select this one. And no other. Okay. So I'll come in here, I'll take this and I'll copy it here, right here. And then I'll take this one, logo mix. And then I'll take this one and do logo main. Actually, this one I'll do logo 2, and then this logo main I'll do as just logo. And yeah, now if I go back to all these shenanigans that I was doing inside this UI, I'm sure this will be okay. So now you see I need to name this function, name this route actually. So I'll come in here and I'll throw a name. Now we're good. Now we should be good. And the logo is colored well. Yeah. All right, so if I click on this, it's still going to give me a none function, right? So what I'm going to do here is, because now I've imported this PDF, I'm going to come in here and import PDF from buried on PDF facade. And it's supposed to be what? Like, I keep on forgetting how to use this package. Because the automated should be load file, right? Load view. And then I come in here and take docs.invoice, and then return PDF stream. Going by that, I think that should be it, really. So let's just go back here, and then we click on this. Let's see what happens. Okay, so it's generated this with the logo, with all the logos. Actually, it's actually decent, but all these different stylings are not working. All the stylings are not working. This generating the logo is actually quite decent. So now I need to, instead of doing A4, I need it to be, what was I going to say? Instead of it bringing out an A4, given that I've done it like this, with this size, where's the size? 7 inches by 9.25 inches. If I get rid of that, then I think we'll be good. But now, it must be the font, because if this font is not reflecting, on everything, that's where the problem is. Unless the link is outdated. It's not. It's okay. So now we need to, since we're dragging in the data, I think we need to now also organize how it's going to appear, as though we are passing in everything, right? We're passing in the data. Load view, and then you see now we are taking in this data through a function. With an ID. So we're coming here and passing in the ID. So now, which means there's a missing variable when we are calling for this function here. And for that to be happening, we just need to go ahead back to the index and pass it in as a value over here, which is invoice ID. Then let me just close all of these now, because I only need two files. So I save all of these. I need to work with this. So invoice, I put the hashtag, and then I come and put the invoice ID. But I need to sprintf this one. And the sprintf fashion will be 04D. Okay, I think we can try now. Now we can try. Yeah, undefined variable invoice. Now we need to pass the invoice inside the data, which is here. Load view with data. Then the data will be invoice, and the value here will be invoice find ID. The invoice will be coming in from the models. There we go. So I think we're good at this point, and then we just need to return the stream. Just need to refresh this now, and now we're good. So you can see the invoice number 0001 is like that. So now we have invoice here. We have the logo, which is fine, but I think there's some things that need to change in this document, because it's not appearing to be exactly the same as what we did in the previous time. Although styling is not a big issue as such, the problem here that I'm running into at this point is, why is it that that when it comes to looking at styles on different scenarios, they work differently as well? It's just appalling, really. Okay, so this one should be invoice, the invoice date in the format of carbon parse format, and now the format will be JS JSFY. No, JSMY. You can see 30th September 2024. Number 1, quotation reference is there. But now the problem is, I think we need to put these items in tabular format, such that even though the images are going to be differing through margins and all that stuff, the flex wrap is not working. So we need to put it in tables. So maybe we do TD, we close that with TR, and then we do these to be, TD. Let's see if the tabular format, so parent table is not found. Right. Frame not found in CellMark. On PDF is become on point. Jesus. It's saying frame not found in CellMap. Frame. Yeah, on PDF has gone to a new level now. But now it's not even accepting. It's not even accepting the new fonts. So I think it's something to do with the vendor publish. It's something to do with the configuration. So I just need to do vendor publish, and then I need to publish this DOM PDF over here, which is number 2. And then once that is done, I'm just going to go to config DOM PDF, and then you can see show warnings, throw an exception on warnings from DOM PDF. They can be false, they can be true. I think what I'm going to do here, throw an exception on warnings, false. That's okay. Public path, if needed. Convert entities, true. And then what storage path? I think we are okay. Allowed protocols are fine. Enable font subsetting, true. That's where we were. The PDF rendering backend to use, PDF lib is now up on point. But CPDF is what they're using. Default media type. Screen paper size A4. Paper orientation is portrait. Default font is serif. 96 dpi. Enable PHP. Embedded scripts are run with the same level of system access available to DOM PDF. Set this option to false if you wish to process untrusted documents, and this setting may increase the risk of system exploit. Do not change these settings without understanding the consequences, and additional documentation is available on the DOM PDF wiki at github.com. Enable JavaScript true. That's a new feature. Enable remote should be true. Because this enable remote, if enable remote is false, then this will have no effect. So list of allowed remote hosts. Each value of the array must be a valid host name. This will be used to filter which resources can be loaded in combination with is remote enabled. That's okay. Font height ratio is 1.1. Could have done 1.5, but it's okay. Enable HTML5 parser is true. All right, so what works? Yeah, so this font there's a problem in loading. And font subsetting should be off as well. No, actually, and let's enable remote and then font subsetting false. Now, so now parent table not found for table cell. What does that mean? What does that actually mean? Right? What does that actually mean? Is it TH and then TD and then or TRTD? Or table head, table body? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So before the TR, I need to put T table body. And inside this divs, I think I've. Okay, let's try that. Parent table not found, yes, definitely. So I need to remove this, cut it, table. Frame not found in cell map. Should I get rid of the flex? Display flex, flex no wrap, align item center. Should I get rid of that? Is that what they're asking from me? Yeah, that's what they're asking from me. Now, if that's the situation, then for each of these TR, table row, then table data. So now for this margin left auto should be, wait, hold on, flex no wrap, display flex. Let's try display flex for now. You see what happens. Yeah, that's what the problem is. That's what the problem is. So margin right auto, then margin left auto. But then what I need to do in this situation is I take this to this complete side. So given that I have this table with width 100, what happens? Let me copy these styles first. Copying the styles. Right. Let's see what happens here. So we have this, the invoice is coming to life at least. Margin left auto, should I just do margin right auto instead? Or margin right is 0? Oh yeah, and then I think border spacing 0, border top 2 pixel, border bottom 2 pixel. I think I'll remove those. But I don't understand how this thing, it's not looking like this, right? It needs to look like this. This is what I want it to look like. But now we're at a point where these things have just decided to screw us, right? In the footer as well, like, oh my, where did I see that? Let's try that. Parent table not found for cell table cell. Margin top 25 pixels, display grid, remove that. Grid template columns, auto, margin left 60, margin right 60, so margin left 60, margin right 60, that one is fine. Justify content center, that one only works with display grid, so no need for that. And should be done. Let's see. Much better. Much better. Now, this bottom divs. So it's a display flex again. So I need to do a table. And then we need to remove the display flex. And we just need to do a margin top of 2 pixels. And let's see how that fares on. And margin top of 2 pixels, then TD. Okay, I think that should be it. I could even remove this, by the way. Like, this is so unnecessary. But the design, man. The design is flexing me completely. Like, what do I have to do to get Roboto on my side? Yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's actually bring this font Roboto. Right? Roboto has to come. Roboto has to come. And we need to embed it. So I'll just click on get font, get embed code, and then do the import or the link. The link is here. I think that's it. What? What should be that? The code should just be embedded just like that. So, I don't know. This thing is really eating into my mind right at the moment. Okay, so before we even continue, let me just try and bring all those the pivoting services to accumulation. So I'll come here and then come and say invoice currency, right? Then I'll come here and say invoice total. So over here I'll come and say number format. And then inside the number format, I'll come and bring in invoice, total amount, and then I'll comma and do 2. So if I come and refresh this, we have the 70,000 and the KES is right there. So total is fine. I just wish this logo would be like completely at the top right, you know. Like margin 40. I don't know. I don't know about margin 40, man. That sounds foolish. Yeah, that makes more sense. That's better. That's much better. But this display flex, is it all right? If I remove this display flex and the flex wrap and all that stuff, will it be fine? Yeah, so I don't need it. Let's refresh it again. So if the quotation doesn't have, if there's no quotation reference number, quote that out. Yeah, brings it better. Now this needs to go that side completely. This image width is 35 millimeters. Margin left auto. Let's do margin right 0. See what happens. Okay, margin right 1 or 5 pixels. Nothing. Margin left 40 pixels. How about 200 pixels? That's actually insane. Like, there's no need for margin then. You just need to do text align then. Text align left. Oh, right, I think. What? Okay, just leave it like that then. I mean, I think I don't have complaints whatsoever. No complaints whatsoever. The only thing now I need to probably do is bring in my logo now, which is logo.png, and it will just come up there. Right, right, very nice, very demure, very demure. I don't know how to say that word. It's a problem word. Font weight in this situation. I think I'll get rid of this so that we can see. Perfect. Perfection. Can do font weight 200 there. Alright. The smaller ones, the smaller parts. Now this is where we now change the situation, where we have okay. Right. So for each, and then we got the invoice services as a service. We paste that, and let's see if it will come out as 2. Right, comes out as 2. So now all I just need to do here is bring the service ID. Okay, I bring the service ID, but I'm going to do the sprintf. So this is the sprintf. I'll do it as 2D invoice, no, service ID. Or I add the key, right? I'll add the key. And then over here, I'll just put key +1. Unexpected, what? Oh, okay. Indeed. We don't need this one. Okay. So if I refresh that, we have 1 and 2. Then we have the invoice service. So we have the service name, full stack, well, yes. And then we have the service description. But it's too long. I feel like it's too long. No, actually it's fine. I'll just keep it like that. Once you can just keep it like that. The only thing is font weight should be less, and then the font size should also be less. And I'll just do maybe say 6 pixels. Hey, 6 is too small. Let's do 11 pixels. 11 also might be too small. Oh no, 11 is perfect. Great. Now unit price, quantity, total. So unit price was at so unit price, we have to come in here, take the service, take the pivot and price. So come in here and take the service pivot currency, and then I'll copy the center area, service pivot price, and then I'll come in here, do service pivot quantity. Then I'll do the total now, the total amount, so the invoices total amount, which is now I'll come in here and do the oh no, this is the total amount of that item, so that's quantity times price, which is pivot currency, and then I space, and then I do that. I'll remove this, price times quantity. And then these items need to be number formatted. So number formatting, and with 2 decimal places. Same thing for this one. Where is it? The currency. So number formatting. With 2 decimal places. And I think we're good. Argument, that must be of type. What did I do? Oh, I selected the wrong number formatting. I should have formatted this one instead. Great. Looking good. Looking very good. Very, very nice. Maybe some padding on the quantity. Padding. Let's do 10 pixels, just to give it some breathing room, like that. Maybe some 15 or 20. Let's try 20 to give it some, some nice breathing room. And I think I should do the same for this one, where we have the service name in the description. So I'll just do padding, 20 pixels, and it goes to the next line. But nah. I think that's okay. All right, and then now the totals should come here. So the subtotals. Ooh, and one thing we didn't include is taxation. one thing we did not include in this situation is taxation. Right. Right, so now the subtotal, now we'll come in here. We'll do this in the currency first. So invoice, currency. And then we'll come in here and just do the invoice total. And then we'll come in here, discount 0, what, taxation, what. And now the grand total now comes to invoice total amount, just like this one. This is looking good. This is looking fire. Right? Very fire. Very, very fire. So now, this is the final way of drafting out your invoice with all the numbers in place. What I'll do, I have to number format this, the total amount. And once that is done, I number format this as well. Excellent. Now the problem is, why does it not look like this? It's because of the font. And the font is really pissing me off. Like it's decided no, I'm not complying with your demands or your standards or whatnot. And it's just decided, yo, like why does it? I mean, I appreciate the fact that logos can work now in this system, but I don't appreciate not being able to. What is font subsetting? It's a practice of creating a subset of a font, a file that contains a custom and usually limited collection of glyphs. There are numerous scenarios where subsetting may be desirable when a font delivery services wishes to optimize the file size of a web font. So if I said enable font subsetting, true. Is this enough to cause my invoice to crash? Definitely. It's not crashed. Okay, now I need to look at my GitHub and see why it is that some of these items, like you can see this, yeah? What's this? Even though the generated PDF file is intended for print output, the desired content might be different, e.g. screen or projection view of HTML file. therefore allow specification of content here. So if I came in here and did projection, what happens? Absolutely nothing. Font height ratio, let's just do 1.0. Let's see what happens. (1.2). Line spacing proper. Yeah, it's a good line space. Although this goes now down to the wire. Okay, so now I think we're good. I think we're good with this. I think this works 100%. This works. Let's open that again. So these TDs, nope. I think here I'll just do padding 40 pixels. I'm tired now, my goodness. 6 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost dawn. It's almost dawn. 6:30 is the aim. But we've gone ahead and completed this really. Things are looking up. Things are looking way up. Because look at this. This is now the complete invoice. I don't know why the grand total and this other name is they've not split themselves up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one should be 25 pixels. Let's see how that works out. Nothing. Does nothing still, so I'm not going to change that. Yeah, I think we're good. So now the next thing I'll be doing is probably taxation in terms of trying to implement that stuff. All in all, services are good. I think we've been able to establish that invoices can be made within the system. Now that we've done it, I can now create maybe say another invoice. Hold on, there's something that I've not done inside here. So in the initial areas where we had the names of these people, billing to, so you can see billing to, and then I have to put in the name over here. So I'll come in here and say invoice client name, invoice client phone number, then we have the invoice client address, and then we have the invoice client city, and then invoice client country. But then now here I'll do a span. We'll do a span tag. Then I'll do invoice client country. Boom. And at this point now, situation is perfect. What I just need to do is do that dash like that. And then over here, I'll just do class text up, no, not class, but style. Text uppercase. Text transform uppercase. Like that. So now I click on this, and then we can see billing to client 10, that street 10, building 10, city 10, country 10. It works. It's all right, I guess. It's okay. It's all good. I'll also span this grand total wording. Where is it? Because even subtotal needs to be spanned. And then I'll put style font size 12. I'll span also the word discount. And then I'll also span tax. Yeah, and then we'll put the grand total also in a span. And we're almost there. Padding 5. Oh, padding, yeah, 5 pixels is good. Why not? Yeah, so this works. We've done it. We've done it exceedingly well. But it still doesn't look like this one. Like, it's still nothing like this. We're almost there, but am I willing to go ahead the extra mile and do all of that? No, I'm not willing at all. Let's see. Let's try this out. So these 2 lines needed to be inside a table. See that, please, see it off. With 100%, please. Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you. It's worked. It's worked. Such big relief. I can actually do margin top, maybe say 20 pixels now. Maybe 40 was enough. Yeah, that's okay. That's all good. Now, how these are not aligned, I don't understand. How these two are not aligned, I don't understand. So I think I'll just slip them into a table as well. So this and this are tables. So this is the table. We remove display flex. Align item center could be okay. And then we can do table row. We can do a table row at the very top. TR and then TDs for both of these. This is a TD. And then width is 100% for this table. Should work. Yeah, it has worked. It's almost there. We're almost there. Actually, we're so close to achieving this. We're so close to achieving this, which is really nice. Very, very close. It's just the font. Now the font is what's pissing me off. If the font was working the way I anticipated it to work, I would have no problems whatsoever. Oh yeah, and my colors need to change. So it says 336699, and then here we have EA EDF5. Yeah, like that. Okay, so 336699, and then what? Yeah, and then this, all of these are changing to now this darker version, which is 3250A3. Is it darker or lighter? It could be lighter. Yeah, more or less lighter. Or I should just do 336699 just because of web safety, which is okay. Right, we do this every night. It works, it works, it works. So I'll do slightly lighter. Slightly. 81, 81, 81 is good. That's all right. Great. So if I refresh this, I think we're good. Yeah. A dynamic one. Very dynamic indeed. Okay. Now we need to set up a table for discounts. We need to set up a table for tax and tax inputs. Which, can we really do it in 15 minutes? Let's try. This invoice, it's looking good so far. It's just not like this one. Like, it's not to the T like this one that I created on basic HTML using the Roboto what's the name of this? The Roboto font. So I need the Roboto font to work here, everywhere actually, but it's not working. So it's a real letdown, honestly. It's a real letdown. And what did I do in these other ones to let this font work? Should be inside. Okay, let's look at the documentation. At least we makes it. It will give us some sense. Nothing about the font. Nothing about the font. Nothing about adding custom fonts. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Who did this to us? Who? Who did this to us? Honestly. Uh, well, as far as you've come, it looks really good, honestly. It could have been this, but even this is probably this might be slightly better. Maybe we can just change a few things here, like in the table heading over here. Maybe the font size should be text align left, text align center. Maybe center is good. Yeah. Or left, who knows? Because there's no padding on this, maybe 5 pixels of padding should be put over here on this service name and description. So padding, five pixels maybe. So it moves slightly away. Okay, padding, padding what? Left should be 5 pixels away, so it moves slightly away from there. Padding right should also be something close to that. Padding left, padding right. I think this one I'll put like 15 pixels. Just for the sake. That looks better, sort of. Font weight 700, font weight 300. So is it that there's some font weights that have not been imported here? So I can say 100, 0, 100, 0, 300, 400, 500, 700, 900. Then I can see there's a 100, 300, 100, 100, 300, 400, 500, 700, and 900. So could it be that as much as the font family here is fine, maybe I should put it here to just emphasize it for the entire body. What's happening? Ah, okay, like this. Then font family Roboto sans serif. Please work. Then font weight 900. Yeah, it's refusing. And there are some areas where this font weight is refusing as well. Like Let's try 400 on this one for font weight. So there's some parts this Roboto is working. Like even this this wording for invoice needs something else. Needs font weight. There's no font weight 200, so I don't understand why it's at font weight 200. It's not. It doesn't exist. Maybe 300. 300 will work. 400. It can't go thinner. Thin is good. Thin works. Text decoration thickness. Toa hiyo maneno, please. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. Text and the line offset, I'm going to put 6.5 millimeters just for the spacing. It's not there. It was actually at 5.5, which was good, but it's not working. So I wonder why. Is it the margin right thing that's really putting us on edge like this? Is it that we've put it inside a table? That's why. You can see text and line right is okay. This is fine because the table style over here has worked. Border collapse is fine. I think it's good. Border spacing is at 0. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Because at the end of the day, our font weight should be at 100. But it's refusing the 100. Why? I don't know. This part for the content, I don't know what we can do about this. With device width, yeah. Unless Roboto doesn't work on Edge. Unless Roboto doesn't work on Edge. I should remove this. And then we have UTF-8 as well. Should it be? Import is fine. UTF-8 is okay. Okay, if that's the case, then I think I'm going to change the font from Roboto to Lex and Sans Serif, which is I don't know about this though. I think the unit price. It's in here font weight 300. Maybe it should do 400. And then this other one is 700. So what's going on? What's the big idea? Makes sense to have it like this. Perfect. All right. Now, thin. Is it that my selection over here, 10100, the metallic. It should be system UI, I think. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Let's change this. Let's change this. Oops. Oops. System UI. Moment of truth. I swear if this works. Oh my goodness. What? Why? Why is it torturing me today? It's decided that I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes. Okay, actually I'm supposed to do the stream until 5 hours 30 minutes done. And I've coded for 5 hours 8 minutes straight. Maybe I should change this to body. Is it that it's a Roboto System UI or Roboto Sans Serif, or what's going on with this thing? Is it Roboto Sans Serif? Font family Roboto System UI. Because I've been changing this font weights for a bit. Will this work? Will this eventually work? Like, it's just denied me every single which way. Incredible scenes here. It's denied me like completely. Just told me Z. Z. Like, there are parts that I've kubalied, there are parts that I've accepted this whole shenanigans, but and then of course over here, I don't know what's going on with that. The footer area. Text align center. Maybe I shouldn't do text align center. Maybe I should just let it be and then remove these margin right, margin left situations. Margins are not needed here. Then these separators, border left 2 pixels solid, font weight is 800. Maybe it's not system UI, maybe it's just sans serif. And if that's the case, then maybe I've embedded the wrong font family. Maybe I've embedded the wrong font. To go to Google Fonts, Roboto. Maybe it's the condensed variation. But we have Roboto Mono, Roboto Slab, Roboto Flex, Roboto Serif. Nah, you know what? Lexend. We're doing Lexend, get font, get embed code. We're just doing Lexend. It's just the way to go. It's just the way to go. At this point, get rid of this and get rid of all of this. We're at Lexend now, and we just need to change this to Lexend sans serif. Now, once we go to the invoice section, should be good. Now we're on Lexend. Very nice. Very nice. Now, given that we're on Lexend now, this part for the invoice font weight should be at 100%, but this is not changing. Is it that we don't have 100 as a font weight over here? It's because it's going from 100 to 900, and then we have here a Roboto. No, I don't want Roboto. What has happened? How did I select both Roboto and Lexend? Delete that one. Get embed code. How did I do this? Like, come on. This one maybe font weight should be 200. It's not working. Text transform is uppercase, font size is 36 pixels. Maybe the text decoration color is what's the problem here. Text underline offset. Let's remove all this. Maybe the letter spacing as well. I don't know. Let's refresh that. That's ugly as hell. Okay, now this font, I don't understand why it's remove font weight completely. Okay. Okay. Progress. Maybe now do 3.5 millimeters. Font size, I'll do 40 pixels. Okay. And we are done, I believe. I think we're good. Now. This part for invoice number 001. Style, I'll increase it to 26 font size. I'll increase it to 26 pixels. And then after this, I'll just do a break tag. Now we did margin top 2.5 millimeters. What I would imagine is, okay, let's get rid of this. Let's bring this up, and then we see how that works. Nice. Now, text decoration underline. We have this part here. Actually, P. We'll close the P at the end of the strong, like that. Yeah. Letter spacing 3.5 millimeters. Okay, I'm going to change the color of this now. So the color will be this color of mine. I think this one, because the other one is 40, I think I'll just do 28 or 30 pixels for this one. Makes more sense. I think I'll just leave it like this. So we're done with this piece of work. It's been a hectic piece of work, might I add. Or at least, you know, the technicalities are easy to deal with. Over here, the table, just table mad width should be 100%. And then once width is 100%, it looks like these things, margin top is fine. Margin left and margin right just need to go. At this point, I think we're good now. Oof. Yes, thank you, Lord. Oh, my brain has been working on overdrive, and now I feel like I've done quite a bit. I feel like I've accomplished much. This has been good. This has been excellent tidings right now. Look at that. Look at that invoice. Look at that invoice. It looks beautiful, man. Looks beautiful. Right? Now, check this out, yeah? Now that this has been done, I can just go back to the web situation, right? And instead of doing the stream, I'll just do PDF download, and then what I need to do here is the file name. This file name will be based off of the invoice ID now. So I think I'll just do the, I'll just come in here and do invoice is equal to invoice find ID, and then from here I just draft in the invoice here, and then I close this part over here. The last thing I need to do now is just do the invoice ID. So I just maybe say in wording invoice. Then I do the hyphen invoice ID. This one I'll do as printf. So printf, and then I'll come in here and just do the %04D invoice ID, and then I come and concatenate it here. So I'll first concatenate it here, then concatenate it with another string, and the string I'm concatenating it with is, no, I'm not concatenating it. Yeah, I am, but now it'll be we do it like this. str slug. I don't know why this function doesn't work anymore, so I'm just going to come and do str, and it needs to import from Illuminate support str. So str slug. Actually, I could do this, and it just imports. And I'll slug the client name. So that is invoice client name. That's it. I think that's all. Actually, now I'm going to go to the very top and import that. So I'm just going to come in here and say use str, and it gives me the options. Illuminate supports str. That's it. That's where I'm importing that from. So once I'm done with that, I think now once I click on these items here, so I come in here, if I click on this, it downloads. Yeah, there we go. It should be in PDF format, so I don't understand why it's not in PDF. So maybe I just need to come in here and concatenate with the .pdf, just like that. So cancel, download. And then print look at that, people. How powerful is that? How powerful is that? Right? This is the technology that you need to be using, man. Not many technologies can you do this in under 5 hours, create a full system that does generation of invoices. You can't. You cannot if you're not using Laravel. Yes, now we're going to create another invoice, right? First of all, attempt to read pivot on null. What? Hey, hold on. I got the pivots ready. I got the pivots ready, honestly. Hold on. Oh, we're not exiting stream. Looks like we're not exiting stream. All right, so we are not quitting just yet because it seems like this error is appeared on our invoice.php. I don't understand why, but this one here. Attempting to read property pivot on null. How about we just do null safety at this point? Yeah, we just do null safety. Yeah, null safety, null safety. That's how we go. Okay, so now the thing about this is we have this as the invoice. And if we wanted to, we could generate a pro forma instead. Oh, but this is lovely. If we wanted to, we could generate a pro forma instead. All right, so if we wanted to, we could generate a pro forma instead. So if we want to line that out within the table itself. But anyway, we're creating this. So we want to create for client 20. The date issued is maybe on the 1st of October. Let it be a pro forma invoice. Actually, let it be today. Today is 30th. Pro forma invoice. We select the service, which is Laravel application development, right? Just one application being developed. The price that we've probably agreed on is maybe say $5,000. So the currency I'm selecting is US dollars, and I'm going to add the service. So I'm going to create the invoice. It successfully creates it. I go to the overview and I download. Oops, that's the wrong one. Where that? USD 5,000, USD 5,000, USD 5,000, like that. Yeah, it works, and it works perfectly. Excellent stuff. Now we just need to add a few things. I want to add discounts and taxation. So discounts, so PA make model discount -m. Right? So in each and every single situation, we're going to probably want to add discounts into our invoicing so that we can we run that as an expense, maybe. All right, so we have discounts. What else do? We have pay, make, model, tax types, -m. Then we have tax, what tax? What? We have tax types and what? Tax. Let's just call it tax -m. Ooh, then now we're going to now interlink the invoices with the tax and invoices with the discounts. So how do we go about that? So can an invoice have more than one discount? I don't know. I actually don't know. This is something that we're probably going to have to revisit in the next live stream. So now it's already 6:51. We said that we're going to finish this at 6:30. It is break of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Break of dawn is in. So now the break of dawn is in. I'm feeling like maybe we've covered quite a bit when it comes to the streaming perspective. We've done quite a lot when it comes to settling in on this particular system, when it comes to making it as dynamic as possible. We've not finished every single thing, every single aspect. We've not done the portfolios, we've not done the experiences and the the experiences, the education. We've not done the portfolio itself. We've gone ahead and we decided that we're going to do a generation of the invoices dynamically for this particular user or this particular portfolio, right? And we've done a great job actually, because styling this is what has taken the most part, but it has indeed come out extremely well, as you can probably see for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. This is fantastic. This has really taken a big chunk of the time that we needed to take inside this particular system, but it has worked, and it has worked fantastically. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is next? We're going to come back in and finish all of these different modules within our system. So the testimonial system is already complete. So we can already be able to work it out. We've done the roles is complete. We've done the users is complete. So what we just need to do here is work on the services, which we probably can do right now at this very moment. So I'm just actually going to try and work on it right now before we close up stream. Let's actually try that right now before we close up stream. So we can see that inside our admin livewire, we have services, we have index. There's nothing on this side, so we can just come in here and populate it. So we come with services first, and the services come in from a service model all. There's going to be a delete function. There's definitely going to be a delete function, but we'll work on that later. Actually, no, let's work on it right now. So this function, and we're going to call it delete. And this function takes in an ID. There's no default return type, so it's going to be a void. And then we're just going to come in here and say service find ID. And what I want us to do here is, normally these try catches give us the custom way of handling some of these errors. So that's why I focus so much on putting up try catches in all of my methods. So find or fail. So I'm just going to do find or fail ID. And then this is going to be inside a service variable. All right, so given that that's the situation, and what I just need to do is, if this service, if the service has an invoice or invoices, right? If the service has invoices, then throw, and what I'm going to throw is a validation exception. And with the message on this part, I'm going to just call it for delete. You cannot delete a service that has been used for invoicing. Right, and then we catch all these errors that are going to probably be thrown over here. So instead of maybe say a delete, okay, let's actually just finish those errors. So inside here, I'm just going to catch, and then I'm going to throw with, I think my clipboard is already full with the most recent ones. So I'm just going to go back to my invoices, my create, and I'm going to come in to get this dispatch. So every time I do a catch, I'm going to come in here and do this dispatch. So in any case, if this throw doesn't go through, then we're just going to come in here and take service and delete, which is a function. And then we're going to dispatch done with the success message. And then the success message will be successfully deleted this service. Great. So now that's fine. I think that's perfect. What next now we need to do is within the services, I feel like there should be another column where we're doing a different kind of module where we decommission the service. So the service may already be used or may have been used, but now because we want to decommission it from anything, from being used again, then that's how we go about it. May not be fine, may not be easy to go about these things because I may need to add a constraint inside the services table. But where we are at right now, I think we're good at the moment. So now we just need to come in here and populate the services table. So I just do x slot header, and then we'll just do not services. All I just need to do now is the actual data now. So which is card header h5, and here we're going to what do we do here? What are we saying? List of services. Then we'll go to card body. Then the table, and the table will be a special table, hover, table inverse, remove, and then table responsive, cut, paste it here, and then the rest will be good. T head inverse, nope. We'll just do ID, service title. So now the service title, what I'll do with the service is I will put the service title and description down here. Then what we do, number of invoices. After number of invoices, the next thing that we will probably do is the actions. So ID, services, number of invoices, maybe the icons, but the icons I'll put them together with the ID or something like that. I think that's okay. Where we are at is fine and dandy. Okay, and then now we start populating 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we'll see how we go about this. So now we'll come in here. We take this as a for each loop, and for each services as service. We are here, we've done it. I'll just take the, actually we just want key. We want the key, we'll take the key plus 1. And then we'll do the key plus 1, we'll do the service name. Now here we'll do the service name in a paragraph tag. So in the paragraph tag we put the service name, then we do a break tag, And then after the break tag, we put in our small, and then we'll do the service description. And now we'll come into the number of invoices, of which we'll just come in and say count service invoices, which could be good, I guess. And then we come in to do the actions. So over here we have actions here. We'll just do text center, which is a class, text center. Over here we'll do another class of text center. And now we have the buttons. So btn.btn.btn secondary so hi.fas.fa edit times 2. Oh no, fas.fas.edit, that's fine. Copy that. This one I'll do danger, this one I'll do trash. And we have 2 buttons that work. We'll create a third one, which is going to be dark with a color scheme of red inside, maybe. So btn dark, text danger, and then over here we'll do times tooltip. We'll do that later. Now we're good. I think we've established that we've done quite a bit over here. What we can now exercise, let's actually see how this pops up on the tables here. So we have over here an uncountable value, which is because we do not have we have a model here called service that does not have invoices. So I'm going to come and create a function, invoices, return this belongs to many, because it's a many-to-many relationship. And then we come and say invoice class. Now this many-to-many relationship is because of the invoice underscore service table. And that's it. That's all. Now we refresh. And you can see the table looks good. Table looks very good. Right. I did all this, like all this blind, right? All this blind. Now, if I come in here into the index and then I go down to the table at the very end, I'm just going to come in here and do services, links. And the reason why I'm doing services links is because I want to go now into my services index, and instead of doing services all, I'm going to paginate 5. And then I'm going to come into the top here and I'm going to say use with pagination. And because it's default bootstrap, it's going to show us bootstrap. Just like that. And that's the fastest way you can do pagination in Laravel, honestly. Like when you're doing Laravel and you're combining Laravel with Livewire, pagination is such a breeze, such a breeze. You cannot fail. You simply cannot fail. Now, once we look at this, like this has an invoice, this has another, has 2 invoices, right? If we look at our invoices, yeah, so looks good. So it looks like it's actually going towards like together with the grain in this situation. So what I'm going to do here is, this is an edit, and we also have the creator service. So inside the creator service is what we're going to be creating now, the whole shebang, where we have like what we had in our seeders, right? So we had our seeders. Let me look for my seeders, which is inside database. Not seeders. And then we have the services seeder, and then we are creating our name, description, image, icon, created that and updated that, which is essentially what that is. So in hindsight, this is what we're creating. So if we come in here, I'm just going to close this. I'm going to go to the create section. I'm just going to come in here. Maybe I copy this first part over here and go to the create section. Of course, we have to have the X slot :header, and inside here we just say create. Oh no, we say services. So list of services. We close this up. Then over here we do a card body. And for this situation, inside here we're saying create a new service. New service. Inside card body, we'll do a .row, .column md6, .column 12, and from here we are going to do an input. This is a form input for Bootstrap. We're going to say the title. Is it title or name? It's name, I think. Oops. It should be name, right? Yeah, so we have name, description, image, icon, created that and updated that. So we'll just do the name. And then over here, we'll just do a wire model. And what we'll do here, we'll call it service.name. And we're almost done. Service.name. And we're doing well. We're actually doing quite well in terms of how fast we're going with this application. We'll do the next one. Column md6 column 12. We'll have to do the image or the icon. We'll do the icon. And this one will be a font awesome 5 icon. And over here we'll just come in your service icon, and then it's a type text from control. Everything is good. We don't need any error displays anymore because we have the try catch inside our create method that we're going to be putting up. And now we'll do column md12, column 12 actually. And in column 12, we'll just have another input. No, we'll have a text area. And this text area will be Bootstrap 4, of course, description. And the rows we're going to have 2 because it's not supposed to be a long description. And we're good. Now, once we move on from there, before we move on from there, we're just going to come in here, copy the wire model. Text area will have description. And that's good. Now, the next thing we have is name, description, icon. So we've already done those 3. We need the image, which is supposed to be now column md12, column 12 as well. And here we'll just have the input file. I don't know if we have that. So input and image, and then we'll just do file. And we'll get rid of these small stuff. We don't need a placeholder, so we don't need also the described by area, and we're good. I think we're good at this point. Now at this end, this is the row end, so we'll just do btn.btn .btn dark, and then .text uppercase. And we close that off with a save, and then we'll do a wire click save. Great. So now that has come through, we need to edit its corresponding component model, which is inside services create. So inside here, this is where we go and create a function inside here called mount. And inside mount, we'll come in here and say this service is equal to new service. Up here, we'll just come and do public function, public service, and then the variable service. Right, so now that that is being done, we just need protected rules, or public rules, which is a function, public function rules. Now we're going to come in here and just say return, and these are the rules now. So we have service dot name, which will be, actually let me put this here and comment it out. So service.name will be required, description, image, and icon. Description, icon, and this one will just be image, like this. And this one, now we'll have to create the variable here, public image. So now that once that is done, I think we're good to go. We'll just pull out that semicolon right there, and then we'll have a public function called save, not Dave, save. Okay, and inside here, first of all, we have to check the images. So first of all, we have to this validates. We have to go and say this validates. Right, but first of all, I think before we even go to this validate, we have to do a try catch. Now we put the validate over here, and then we come in here and we'll pull out the throw with the emission, and I think I had it here somewhere in my clipboard. There we go. That's it. That's all. That's all really. So once we validate, right, we have to, this has to be an image. And it's required. Icon required. Service description required. Service name required. So all these are required. Now this needs to be an image with a max of 3096. No, 4096. 1024, 2048, 3072, 4096. Yeah, 4096. So that's 4 megabytes of an image. 4 megabytes. I've given lenience to this site. So we have to validate. So once you validate, you have to come in and check first of all if there's an image, right? So we have to state that there's an image first, right? If there's this image, and then we have to store this image somewhere. And where I plan on storing it is in the public folder. Sometimes maybe it will just go to the storage folder. So I'll just come in here and just do this image, store, and I'll come in here, maybe say store it as, now this image is for this particular, what's this thing called? This particular service. I'm forgetting the words. Right, and then what I usually do is I'll come in here and do image path is equal to this image store. Actually, let's do that, right? This image store, and then I'll store it as maybe service. And then I'll probably put it together with a timestamp. I'll just take the timestamp, and that's it. And I'll just store it where? In public. And now, once that has been done, because this is not guaranteed that this exists at this point, I'm just going to do a null safety situation, right? So if the null safety is on, then it will be safe for me to just come in here and say this service image is equal to image path. And then I just come and do service save. So inside this, like once this is done, this storage is done, it returns the path that it has stored at. And that's why I've stored it inside this variable and saved it inside here, which now carries on forward. And then from there onwards, we can now come in here and say this dispatch done. And then we come in here and we put a success message. And we say that we have successfully stored or successfully created a new service. So in order for us to test this in actuality, we just need to go ahead and well, let's test it out actually. Yeah, let's do it. So I'm going to come in here, refresh this, create a service, name test service, in font awesome icon FA user, description, this is a text description, and then the image we choose something more subtle, maybe something like this. I don't know how big that image is actually. Just let me go again. 9 MB, so problem. But let's test it out. So we come in here and you see that the image field is required, right? Well, the reason why that error is being shown like that is because inside my create, instead of putting, I didn't put any wire model for this. So just need to put a wire model like that. Refresh this again. See, test service. FA user. Then description will be this is a test service. Then the image that we're going to be using is this one. Now it's going to give us a size problem. And that's the size problem we're looking for. But now we need to do this with file uploads. So I forgot about that. So I now need to come here and say use with file uploads. And we are good to go. So now once that is done, I'll click on this and you can see this image field is required still. I'll refresh this. Test service. This is a test. Description. This is a test. And then image, we select one of these images and we go on. So you can see the image field is still required. And why is that? Why is it that the image field is still required, right? This part over here. Well, because all these other fields are filled. All these other fields are filled. And now my live wire is not working. Why? Okay, so you can see description, icon, name, and now we need to have image, which is still null over here. I select an image. It doesn't do anything. So what happens is that use with file upload, service, image. We've already referenced everything over here. And we don't know. This is very interesting, actually. Very, very interesting how this is not returning anything really, because we've enabled it over here, we've saved it, now we're ready to run it, and it's not running. But anyway, let's test it out. We choose an image. Let's choose this one. This one might be 12 MB. How about we choose a smaller one? This one might be in KBs. This one is small. And it's still not selecting. So I wonder. Name field required along with 3 arrows. So test service. FA user. This is a test. So you can see this is already bad. Saying that the image field is required. So I don't understand why the image is still not detecting that I have actually uploaded anything. See, it's required. Image max is 4096. I've been uploading, so I don't understand what's going on. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. All in all, if I come in here, copy this, paste it inside edit, change a few things, like this one is edit this service. And then inside my create, I'll copy all the way till here and paste it inside edit, change a few things. So the things I'm changing here is the with file uploads, service, and then we come in here and there's an ID that will be passed in through here. And then inside here, I'm going to get rid of this and then say find or fail. Yeah, we can say find or fail. Actually, I'm just going to do find because it has to be there. It has to be there for it to work. Then, yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. That's perfect. Okay, so now in this situation, I'm going to come in here and say that this image is nullable. And then we move. So if we come in here, overview, and I come and click the link for edit. Well, the link is not working at the moment, so I just need to come in here and make it work. So the way to make it work is for these two, I just need to do an A tag. And then over here, I'll just do a href. Href will be route admin services edit. And I will pass in the ID of the service. So service ID. Refresh this and everything will be ready. So I'll just come in here and do that. And we have it done. And all I just need to do is save it. And you can see store on null. What I really need to do here is, given that inside edit there's a situation where I have to do an if statement, so actually I have to do this if statement here. So I'll come in here and say if this image, then like that, and save. So undefined variable image path, so we'll just do that there, and then put. So successfully created a new service. This one has to be successfully updated your service. And then this one will be update. And boom, just works. So we'll just go to the overview again. Yeah, I think all this is set in stone. This was ideally the fastest way to create that particular table UI. And now we're just left with the portfolios, portfolio categories, the posts, experiences, and education items, and we are good to go. And all in all, I think we've done well in terms of getting to this point. I can't scroll to this very end over here. I think this is the services section. I just need to refresh maybe. The scrolling is not working in this one. So I need to go back to the UI and sort that out. But all in all, we are done. I think we can close off stream at this point because all these different modules, they may be working at the end of this day, I'm sure. The only thing is this image upload situation is a problem. FA user. Description, this is a test. And you can see image field is required. Why? It's because this thing is not uploading. So unless I did wire click instead of wire model inside the create, I don't know. I can see wire model is over here. I can see image. The type is a file, which is okay. It's perfect. So I don't understand why it's like it's doing the whole misbehaving thing, because these other ones are working well. The wire model, service description, wire model, service name, service icon, those ones are working well. This one is not. So big problem, but we will sort this out in the time to come. The next stream starts 30th of September, midnight. So tune in 11:59 as you get to experience coding in its finest. We have already done invoice creation. We've done this invoice creation within this system. So this is just a recap at the end of the stream where we could actually generate an invoice in this situation. So we could go ahead and do creation of invoices, where we can select the client, select client 9. The date issued is on 30th. We'll take it as a pro forma. Nope, we won't take it as a pro forma. And then we'll select maybe UX, UI design, the number of projects, maybe quantity, we'll do 2. and the price for each and every single one of these projects is maybe say at 750 US dollars. So I'm going to come in here and select in US dollars, add the service, and now it comes to about 1500 US dollars. Maybe I do now e-commerce solutions, and then we come in here and charge it at 1500 US dollars for one particular system, and we do it at that, and then we create the invoice. Of course, is performer connection SQLite. There's something that has happened in this situation where we have not null constraint failed. I thought we could nullify this. Yeah, we've nullified it. But all the same, we've done that. And then once we've created that, we can start now by looking at this. So this is the one that we've just created. And given that this is the one that we've just created, we can download it. And now on downloading it, we can push and print as desired. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to close up stream. This has been Steve Nyanumba with Nyanumba Codes. And we have done a massive lot in this today's stream, or let's say yesterday to today's stream. We've streamed for 6 hours, 23 minutes. It is 7:33 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, let's begin our days, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, hopefully we will see you guys in the midnight stream. Thank you for tuning in, and have yourselves a good one. Take care, and God bless you all.